are you going to give the same? We have to rethink how we are dealing with biosecurity when we are the generators of the new technology. It's starting from here before the rest of the world receives it. So here, in this analysis, we have said that in Uganda, yes, we have lagged behind. We admit all those gaps do exist. They have existed. However, we are not going to sit. We want to make Uganda the best it can be. We want to make Uganda a source of technology for ourselves and for the rest of the world, for our neighbors, as they also are making technology, which we will also, because no nation is self-sufficient in technology, but we want to be participants in the generation of technology, not just consumers. So how do we do it? How do we do it? We have come up with a strategy that we call the loop and leap strategy. So in this strategy, we shall move backwards and fill some of the relevant gaps, and we shall move, but at the same time, we shall be moving forward. So you as regulators, you are going to have to deal with the consequences of us picking up all the technologies and beginning to bring them to be part of the economy, because we are still using them. They have developed, but we are using them. They were generated many years ago. We are domesticating, we are doing technology transfer to manufacture them here. We are modifying them within here. We now need to move backwards and make sure that we have the relevant laws, the relevant policies, the relevant regulations, the relevant implementation mechanisms. Africa and Uganda, we are not short of laws. We simply sit there and ignore the implementation. You just sit there as if the law doesn't exist. We now can no longer afford to do that, because it is going to be an economic consequence. I remember some time ago, I think there was a company that was, I think either a German company or that was exporting cars, but it was not talking very accurately about the quality of the emissions from the vehicle. And it was an economic, they had to recall the cars exported all over the world. So the quality control, the quality assurance, the accuracy, the rigor with which we implement, not only talk about things here in the conferences, we are very good at it, of talking about things in workshops and conferences, but we don't see the implementation of it. That's going to be extremely important, that we commit ourselves to implement what we have set ourselves to implement. Secondly, we have a future. And this future is unknown to many of us. And these innovations are popping up from our own children, from all over the world. If we sit on the edge and say, that one is not for us, we are not going to accept, and we don't want to learn, we will be left again in the ashes, in the ruins of history. We must be stepping, whatever is emerging, we must begin to think, okay, 5G is coming. Sitting here in religious righteousness and saying 5G is wicked, it's not going to help us, because eventually it is going to come. And we who are against it, we will be using it. But we will not have proper regulations. So we must look at these technologies which are here. For genetic engineering has been here, but there is a new one coming. There's a new one coming. They are coming out every day. Recently with the COVID vaccine, we unleashed messenger RNA vaccines. I don't think there's a vaccine technology that has moved so fast across the globe. Do the regulators know what to say about it domestically? The public is asking for questions. What are our regulators saying? Is this okay? So we must be up to, so let's not even within the biosecurity, we must be leaping what is coming, and providing, collecting information, providing guidance, coming up with policies ahead of schedule, so that by the time we get it, we know what we are doing. We cannot afford to be lagging behind. For those of us who are not familiar, over the past 1 year, there has been a lot of reshaping of science, technology, and innovation in the country, in Uganda. There's been a lot of reshaping. So that reshaping has affected quite a lot of things. And that's why I wanted to come here and give time so that we are all aware of what the scope of what we are going to be regulating about. So at the beginning of this financial year, which is ending in a week or so, at the beginning of that financial year, the president made changes on the landscape of science, technology, and innovation in the country. He abolished a ministry, standalone ministry, which he had put up, and transferred the functions to his office, the office of the president. And he assigned 8 priority industrial value chains for us to implement. I was appointed the minister to lead that. So we have 8 priority industrial value chains, which we are implementing, along which we are going to need policies, regulation. We are going to need laws. We are going to need enforcement of these laws, implementation of these laws. The first one is the pathogen economy. Now that term is made in Uganda. Remember, we are making Uganda the best. So this term is made in Uganda, the pathogen economy. Pathogen economy is best explained from the time we found the germs were founded and that there's a cause for disease, and we became awake to it. We have always looked at germs from one side as enemies, and looking how we can access where technology is made to help us fight germs. Now, we have discovered, especially when COVID came, that much as germs are enemies, they carry a huge economy on the other side. Because when we look at the bill we have had to pay for COVID and for other diseases, it's huge. It's really huge. So now we are working on domestically producing some of the tools that are used to fight pathogens, as well as other things that affect health. So we are domestically doing research and development for vaccines. Previously, vaccines, we were looking who is producing the vaccine. What goes into that, the making of that vaccine is not our concern. But now the vaccines are being made here. And you know where vaccines begin? They begin with the germs, harmful germs. So where are the regulations that keep those? And then we multiply them. Where are the safety standards? And then we are going to do phase 1 clinical trials, phase 2 clinical trials. We are going to do preclinical trials that require unique technologies to be used within. You know, we were discussing, one of our research teams was discussing with UNCST. We want to do challenge studies in animals. And they are just saying, no, you can't do it. But we need to. We need guidelines clear on how we do it, because we need to. We can't carry and do it in somebody else's compound. We are working on drugs, treatments, therapies. We are working on diagnostics. For your information, with the COVID-19 vaccines, which is what triggered us, we are now expanded, but for humans, COVID-19 triggered domestic R&D to produce vaccines. We have 3 vaccines in preclinical trials. We hope before end of year, we'll be able to start to do some clinical trial, phase 1 clinical trials. Producing diagnostics, that test kit, that malaria kit, that we don't have the standards, we don't have clear things in the country. So the innovators who produce, they fail to put them on the market because the ecosystem is not structured to support them. They don't know where to go and what to do. And when we put up an ad hoc system, it doesn't recognize or it doesn't understand quite a lot of the new technologies. If we do not work thoroughly and put up these things, we'll be letting down our country. Plus, so many inputs that go into that value chain. We have the mobility industrial value chain. These are the making, the use, the sale of vehicles. We have, of course, General Motors. I hope you all know. Even if you don't have any business to do in Kasese, book a ride on the airplane on the road. The Kayola bus, diesel bus, it's very comfortable. So we now have our own buses made here scientifically, not just fabricated in a garage, but scientifically manufactured. And before the end of this year, we'll be launching the very ultra-modern factory for making vehicles. But apart from that, there are other people working on vehicle parts and vehicles and motorcycles. We are working on bicycles, wheelchairs. All these things require regulation. They are parts. I've been told that a vehicle has 30,000 parts. Where are the standards for all those parts if we are to make them? So this is calling for very huge, and now science is integrated. You'll be talking about biosecurity, you are talking about biological organisms, but they are merged. They are merged. We have been working on a ventilator. It's a mechanical thing, but it is being tested, and they are merged. The science is now blended and merged. You talk about vehicles, you're talking about Industry 4.0. They have so many computers, from controlling your window to go down and up. There are so many computers. So now the science is merged. Are we ready for regulation? We have aeronautic and space science. We'll be launching our first satellite later this year. And we are working on setting up the Earth station. Are we ready to regulate? We've had issues with drones. Are we ready to regulate? Unmanned vehicles for commercial purposes. Are we ready to regulate? Infrastructure innovations. We are working on materials and for things ranging from construction to roads, to building electronic parts, to mineral beneficiation. Now we are processing our minerals here and working on them. And I want to call upon my colleagues who work in the environmental. We needed to discuss productively, not simply to say, no. I've seen people standing and saying, no oil coming out of Uganda. They are decampaigning the eco pipeline, they are discampaigning. Decampaigning is not going to work. Let us discuss productively. We recognize the protection of the environment, but we must also recognize the economy. When other nations have built their economies on oil and they want to shut us down, that's not going to work. So let us discuss proactively. Where are the regulations which we put in place that protect the economy, protect the people, but also support the economic growth? Productivity acceleration are technologies that are going to help our people to produce. I was showing you a slide there briefly of women picking groundnuts. They're going to sit there in a small plot. They will sit there for 5 days just harvesting 1 acre. How can we accelerate? But how can we also ensure that the technology we develop domestically is of quality and meets standards? Import substitution. This is something, we have had something around called BOBO. So what we want to do is to accelerate what goes into BOBO through domestic innovation, technology transfer, but domestically produced. Then value-added exports. So these are the main areas that require, that will impact on what you are here to discuss. And let us discuss proactively. This conference was initially for 2 days. We added a 3rd day to make sure that we have a good understanding of the context, because if we only try to discuss in a very narrow way, we'll be discussing, oh, this small technology we produced here, then this one, then it's not going to fit into the ecosystem. That's why I wanted to share the. Now, I also want to share with you the structure of science, technology, and innovation in the country now. We have the Minister for Science, Technology, and Innovation at Office of the President, or Presidency, and the accounting officer starting July 1st is going to be the State House Comptroller. We'll be setting up a national, very high level, small group to advise the minister, continuously advise the minister on things which are coming up. Then we have 2 statutory agencies. They came from different ends, and we are at the beginnings of restructuring these agencies to play their role optimally in the new setup in the country. The National Council of Science and Technology and the Uganda Industrial Research Institute. They were transferred to the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. And when it was abolished, they were transferred to Science, Technology, and Innovation at the Office of the President. The most of the work for STI is done at a secretariat which coordinates this work. Now, at the secretariat, we have 2 superintendencies. You won't find typical terms here of public service. We have 2 superintendencies. So we have industrial value chain development. So all those 8 things I've talked about, all those technical areas, they are coordinated by a superintendent. And then we have the support services, because previously we made our science and we sat with it. In the universities, they have mortuaries for prototypes. That's what I call them, because when you go there, you'll find lots of prototypes, but nothing in the market. So this particular arm is to support the transformation of products of research, R&D, into industries and businesses. So I would like to take this opportunity, since all of you are our clients and partners, I'll introduce to you the 2 superintendents. They are young people, half my age. So let me, please, if you can come here so that people know whom to, the 2 of you, if you can come here so that people know you. These are very, very friendly people. They are here to serve you. We are servants. Even me as a minister, to minister is to serve. We are here to serve you, to drive science and technology in the country. So Dr. Cosmas Mwikirize is the superintendent for industrial value chains. For anything to do with innovations, research grants, projects, or anything in the country, you go to Dr. Cosmas Mikirize. He receives his phone 24 hours. Sorry, no, give him some time to sleep. But Dr. Cosmas Mikirize and MS Kathy Muomuza Namubiru, she is the superintendent for the support services, here to serve you. You can just wave to the people. So those are the two immediate technical, they are young, the president appointed them. So as I age, I can lean on them. But we are here to serve you. You can go back and sit. So the office is at plot 106, Katalima Road in Naguru. We are still putting up the dressing, the branding. So, but when you need to come, plot 106, Katalima Road in Naguru. So don't go to Rumi building. That was the office of the former ministry, and it was closed. So this is how STI works. The STI OP Secretariat is a coordinating entity. We coordinate everything to do with science, technology, and innovation in the country to drive those industrial value chains, which I talked about, those multicolored. But most of the work, actually the real science, is done in the white area. We work with research institutions, we work with the universities, we work with the media, we work with the private sector, we work with the public, we work with other ministries, because there are ministries, like if you talk about pathogen economy, then in pathogen economy, you must talk to the Ministry of Health, because they are the implementing agency for health. So we work with a lot of entities under health. We work with Ministry of Agriculture and NARO, because they are the implementing agencies for animal health and crop health. So I didn't tell you that pathogen economy is research, development, commercialization, and industrialization of innovations for human, animal, and crop. So we are covering, we work with all those people. We don't take over their work. We coordinate and facilitate. Coordinate and facilitate. Those are the keywords of STI. We make sure that things are being done. And if there's more than one entity, they are properly coordinated. If there is a gap, and the right player is brought in so that we can. And we also have resources to facilitate those entities. So we have a value chain approach. And as you talk about regulation, talk about the entire value chain, not simply looking at a research entity or simply looking at, we are talking about the entire value chain, including post, as you sell, the research, the market research, the consumer experience. So we are looking at the entire value chain. That's the only way we can industrialize. And this is, I'm not going to this, but this is an example of how we have networked just one sub-industrial value chain for us to be able to put our natural therapeutics on the market. And now sometimes when we say, oh, we are going to do a clinical trial, many people expect, oh, the drug is going to be on the market tomorrow. That's a long journey to walk. It's a long journey to walk. And it is because Africans feared to do this and develop this kind of systems and be patient with the processes. So all the time we are like, let us buy, let us buy. Okay, you buy, but let us also develop what? This process. And now we are determined to walk through it. So it's a long, long process, and the regulations are going to come. And this one particularly, I developed it to see the scope, the wide scope of regulators that are necessary. For example, if you're going to talk about herbal medicines, you are starting in the forest. Who is regulating there? Otherwise, they'll be extinct in a very short time. Or climate change will change the molecular composition of this plant. If people come and spray chemicals very close to it, we will. So there is a wide scope. So this area of regulation is critical for us to make sure that we have internationally accepted products that we can sell, because that's how you build the economy. If you cannot sell what your innovation, your idea came from, if at the end of this there is nobody to buy, then the whole thing dies. You can be busy there, but it is just a matter of time. It will die. Skip that. I'll end with this. So for us to be able to develop STI, or here as we call it, the ITDT program, we need a few things. And each of these things needs regulation, data. You know, it's annoying that for me to get information about Uganda, I have to go to a certain international agency. I can't even trust whether the data is correct. Who regulates data? Who accesses what data? About who? And why should other people access data from Uganda and I even can't access it? Who is regulating the access to our data? Then we have the R&D. We have the regulatory, of course, the regulations, we must develop this. We have the market, who regulates the market? All those people are stakeholders. Access to finance, how do we access finance? Technology transfer, which technology comes in? I've seen people, we are here going to the 5th industrial revolution, and we are importing technology of the 2nd industrial revolution. Not only the versions, who is regulating that? At this point, those people, we all need to come on board. I'm sure they are there, but everybody is working on their own. We now need to come into a system such that we can facilitate all these things. With that long, short presentation, I want to once again welcome you to this National Biosafety Forum. And I want to thank the National Council of Science for organizing this. And I wish also to call you once again to recognize the context within which we are working. The government of Uganda, through the Office of the President, Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, is committed to working in partnership with all ministries, departments, authorities, to find science and technology-based solutions to national development challenges. And each of the things that I have mentioned is an opportunity. Things become challenges when we sit at the edge and say, no, that's not for us. We don't want that, but we can create multiple opportunities. And I want to mention the genetic engineering, which has been identified as a tool to enhance food security, resistance to effects of pests and climate change, improve health and create wealth for Ugandans. I always tell Dr. Ngol that I think the bill was supposed to come now, not when it was presented, because now our eyes are really open and we're not talking about imported technology, we are talking about domestically generated technology. Both but we are a lot of fears which were raised can now be addressed, but also the scope has widened. Then we're talking about this bill in terms of plants only. But now we are manipulating microorganisms. We are manipulating animals. We have the technology. We have the science. What we need is now an enabling law. We are now in a season where genetically engineered solutions to health, to human health, are being applied. For example, we are talking about treatment of sickle cell, incurable diseases according to the old technology. But now we have genetic solutions to such. We need to provide that enabling. So as part of this forum, I have requested that we review, and since we have a wide scope of participants, we input into this document. I have had calls for us to take it back, but we need now, today in 2022, what additional things do we want to include in this law? Otherwise, we'll take a law which, by the time it is assented to, it needs to be amended. So can we now take some time and think through this, and we input into this? So finally, I want to thank the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, the National Biosafety Committee, and several other scientists for the efforts of facilitating the beneficial utilization of transformative technologies. And I also want to thank each one of you participating in this forum. I call upon you to make this time very useful. 50% of the time should be spent in thinking, not simply discussing. And let me repeat that. 50% of the time should be spent in thinking. In this room, we have massive wealth of original thought. Don't be bad by this is how things are, this is how things have been. We have the power to create. With these remarks, I want to declare the fifth annual National Biosecurity Forum open. I saw people move something here. Do you need something from me? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that inspirational keynote. We invite you to launch the standard operating procedures for institutional biosafety committees in Uganda. And would like to invite the chairperson of the National Biosafety Committee, who is also a Deputy Director General of the National Agriculture Research Organization, to join the Honorable Minister and Executive Secretary on the podium to officially launch these guidelines. Thank you very much.
Portable mic. Portable microphone.
Okay. So after the cutting of the ribbon to officially launch the institutional, the standard operating procedures, we'll invite members of the National Biosafety Committee to come and take a photograph with the Honorable Minister. Yes, at this auspicious event. So, yes, as they take their positions, I'll update you on the program after this. Can we have a portable microphone, please?
Thank you very much. I hereby launch the standard operating procedures for institutional biosafety committees in Uganda, which will provide a framework for reviewing applications by institutional biosafety committees for contained research to ensure biosafety of genetically modified organisms and dangerous pathogens, and also provide cooperation mechanisms between UNCST and institutions conducting biological science research. As members come, allow me to take on my professional hat and inform you that we are currently experiencing some upsurge in COVID cases. When we talk about upsurge in COVID, people always run to lockdown. Not necessarily, but it's for your personal safety. So we encourage you to observe SOPs, keep on your mask, especially when you're in internal meetings and you are not, but also try to still social distance. So we are having some upsurge in cases. Use hand hygiene, sanitization, and if you are not vaccinated fully, or you took your last dose more than 6 months ago, it's good time for you to go and get a booster. It will prevent you from becoming severely sick, being hospitalized, or dying from COVID. So as you gather here, be conscious that we currently have the numbers you see tested do not reflect what is happening in the environment, because the testing rates are very, very low. So there is quite a good spread of the virus. So take care of yourself. We are not going to lock you down, but we need to give you the public health message.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Biosafety Committee members, please take your positions for a photograph. That is the National Biosafety Committee. It's representative of sectors, institutions, and civil society as well, regulators, Yes, thank you for the good work. And thanks scientists for cooperating with the National Biosafety Committee. So photographers, thank you, paparazzi. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Okay. Yes. As the Honorable Minister takes her seat, we would like to recognize all participants present once again. I will briefly take this opportunity, since we didn't have an opportunity to have introductions, to tell the Honorable Minister of some of the people who are here. Broadly, we have institutions, we have regulatory agencies, we have research institutions, we have the civil society, private sector practitioners, especially in biotechnology. And some of the people we have here in our midst are the Deputy Director General of NARO, Dr. Sadim Kasim, another Deputy Director General of NARO, who is also the chair of the Biosafety Committee, Dr. Yona Baguma. We have members of the National Planning Authority Board. I think I've seen Dr. Ivan Lule. We have Dr. Ben Lukuyu from ILRI. He's the country representative of the International Livestock Research Institute. Then we have Professor Arthur Tugume from the School of Biological Sciences, Professor Sam Okware, the Director General of Uganda National Health Research Organization. We have Professor Sam Kuchel, a member of the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology Board. We have the members of the Biosafety Committee, you've seen. And then we have Dr. Gershom Atkunda, who represents the Vice Chancellor of the Bishop Stewart University. So we have National Environment Management Authority here, Uganda National Bureau of Standards, universities including Busitema, Bishop Stewart, Chambogo, Gulu, Makerere, Nkumba, Mbara University of Science and Technology, and Kabale University represented. We have research organizations, we have civil society, farmers. I think I would especially also recognize the Ministry of Information and National Guidance, Information Communication Technology and National Guidance, who are critical in the area of communication, which is one of the areas the minister highlighted as supportive to the transformative capacity of science, technology, and innovation. Then we also have Uganda Virus Research Institute, NARO, yes, Natural Chemotherapeutics Research Institute, and hospitals. We also have private sector, agrogenetic technologies. We have Envy Farm and many others you'll find even at the exhibition. And then I think I would like to, on behalf of the organizers, to recognize our sponsors. Our major sponsor is the Science, Technology, Innovation Secretariat, Office of the President, and then several other partners. Yes, thank you for clapping for them. We have the Program for Biosafety Systems, AATF, OFAB Uganda, and OFAB Africa. We have the Medical Research Council, which is a partnership with Uganda Virus Research Institute and the London School of Tropical Medicine. Then we also have the Science Granting Councils, National Agriculture Research Organization, Uganda Biotechnology and Biosafety Consortium, Makerere University, and IDI, still at Makerere University. Thank you, sponsors. The planning committee for the Biosafety Forum was headed by Dr. Yona Baguma, DG NARO, Deputy DG NARO, please stand up for recognition. Dr. David Hafashimana, He's retired but not tired. He's still actively participating in matters biotechnology. And I think he's a working dictionary on the Cartagena protocol. Then we have Miss Irene Wanyenya from National Drug Authority. We have Miss Brenda Nakazibwe Waliaula from Science, Technology and Innovation, Office of the President. We have Mr. Colin Mwesigwa from National Council for Science and Technology. We have Mr. Ogwal from National Environment Management Authority. We have Mr. Isaac Ongu from Private Sector Science Livelihoods. It's a science communications private sector organization or civil society organization. Then we have Dr. Barbara Zawede Mugwanya from NARO. Then we have Mr. Herbert Oluka from Program for Biosafety Systems. Dr. Charles Mugoya from Target Malaria. And then we have the UNCST Secretariat team headed by Musa, Beth, Laura, Irene. Thank you very much, National Planning, the Planning Committee. Yes, and we are still recognizing you participants. Thanks for your time here. I think it's been very beneficial, especially the presentation that has set the stage for going forward. Key lessons on my side, the vision and taking courage and not thinking of the past and present, but future, shooting high. So thank you once again, Honorable Minister. And we look forward to seeing this translated in the thinking we are going to take forward from now, right away. So when we return, we are going to have an overview of the regulator. No, we're going to have an overview from the Executive Secretary on the regulation in Uganda. And that's going to be a panel discussion with regulatory agencies in the country, including National Drug Authority, the Bureau of Standards, Environment Management Authority, and Uganda National Health Research Organization, as well as representation from the civil society, especially the Farmers Federation and other organizations. But before we have this session, we are going to take a group photograph outside this conference room. Then the chief guest, who is also our minister, will lead us to have a tour of the exhibition, after which we will have a cup of tea and then come back. We'll do this in 30 minutes. So, and then when we return, we shall right away proceed into the regulatory landscape, the background given by the Council for Science and Technology, which will then push us into the panel discussion. And this session will be chaired by Professor Samuel Kuchel, a Vice Chancellor of Busitema University, who is also a board member of the National Council for Science and Technology. And my co-MC, Ms. Brenda Nakazibwe, will be the MC for that session. So, Honorable Minister and the guests, you're most welcome. You're invited to lead us to the steps of this conference hall to take a picture with the participants, after which we'll lead you to look at the exhibition and then have the break tea. Thank you all for your attention. See you in 30 minutes. Participants, please don't miss this photo opportunity.
Resolute Marina 6.
I have worked as a member of the National Biosafety Committee of the National Council of Science and Technology for about 5 years now. And my contribution is to see biosafety is about the safety of the people. And that's why it is very important to have the people you are saying you're protecting on the table. The science, yes, but increasingly the science is realizing that the social science is even extremely important. I have, for instance, participated in the NBC trials, like for cassava, like for potato. And even when you look at the testing, one of the things we struggled with was who is testing? Who is testing? Is it the consumers or the people within the agricultural area that has been restricted by the NBC? And the way, if you want legislation, you see consumers include members of parliament. We have struggled to pass the GMO, what they call the GMO bill, the genetically modified organs bill. And the problem is that the scientists have been speaking alone. And people, when they look at products that are not familiar, they tell you that is GMO. And that has swept the whole country, and nobody wants to listen to that bill. But it's important to get Parliament and the community to understand that this is also for their protection. If we don't have a bill, if we don't have a law, that means that anybody can give you anything and you will not be able to hold them accountable. So whatever the scientists are doing, it should be subjected to the community, to the users, to the people. Acceptance is an important principle of science. It's not even just a plain art. That the products you are working for, that the effort you are putting in is seen by the people as in their interest, and that the people have an input in whatever you are doing to be able to come together at the end and say, this is cassava, it is not harmful, it is in my interest, and even if it is a genetically modified. People should be able to understand that, for instance, whatever looks different, the big bananas, the big mangoes, the big onions, the big apples, people say that is GMO. You'll be surprised to see that even members of Parliament say that the different one is the GMO. So it's very important to bring all of us on board and to have a representation at the NBC in order to be able to get acceptance and to move together as a country. If you even look at the vaccines, for instance, we have a lot of resistance for vaccines because people don't understand it. People have not been part of it. People here, and there's a lot of information. That is the other danger. There's a lot of information out there that is not science, that is misleading. And that is the one that most people get. However, I think that those of us who represent, for instance, the community at the NBC, we need to be able to have a forum to speak to the bigger audience of the community. When you represent people, you should be able to go back to them and tell them.
For instance, had an input into the GMO bill at Parliament. I was asked by Parliament to go and make a presentation on what we think as consumers. And it was very enlightening, even for me to understand where they are coming from and to go back and report at the National Biosafety Committee and tell them this is what Parliament has said, this is what they think, these are their concerns, and they need to be addressed.
but they spray the ticks twice a week, which is very high. So now, if they spray twice a week, that means they are using more than a double their acaricide. So now we need a better approach, and this is urgent because 60% of the rural households keep livestock, mainly cattle. There are many tribes and cultures. Most of the cultures in this country require that you keep a cow, require that you keep livestock. However, acaricides have been failing because we have used them for a very long time. So because of that, we now have moved into development of vaccines. Vaccines for controlling ticks. Now, when we effectively control ticks, we shall also effectively control tick-borne diseases. So because of that, it requires a lot of biosafety design protocols. Under the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, we have institutional bodies which perform their roles. For example, we have the Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee at the level of NARO. So those ones make sure that we do not mistreat our animals as we develop our technologies. Then we have the Institutional Biosafety Committee. It also ensures that we use the technology for doing something. We develop a technology which is safe. It is very safe and it's suitable for use in animals. Doing it in such a way that our experimental animals are confined within given premises. There are those ones at the station, which we call on-station clinical trials. And then there are those in the field, which we call confined field clinical trials. Now, here the animals are confined within paddocks, several paddocks. And within the paddocks, we must ensure that the animals have their freedoms. They should not fear. They should not they should have adequate feed. They should have adequate water. They should not suffer from any disease. In other words, even if we are so much interested in developing our technology, we ensure that our animals are safe and healthy. We don't allow them to fall sick, okay? And the animals should not live in fear. In other words, we should provide adequate security. So those roles played by the National Biosafety Committee are very important in that we handle animals ethically. We ensure that their welfare is maintained. And therefore, even when we have our vaccine eventually, it will not have a bad image. We shall have not worked against the animal rights.
I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology upon the 25th year anniversary, and thank them as a farmer and a farmer representative for the work they are doing for the sector and for the farmers. In particular, the National Biosafety Committee for the work they are doing in ensuring that the technology that is being put out there in the market is safe for the farmers, and we appreciate that. But also ensuring that the farmers are represented in this body, and we hope that we continue to add value on this. As a farmer and a farmer representative, one of the key things that we would love farmers to have is increased changes, increased advancement in the different technologies that are coming on the market. Because of things like climate change, unfortunately, our traditional methods, traditional technologies can no longer be as effective all the time. It is therefore critical that technology catches up with the changing environment and climate. And biotechnology is key in ensuring that farmers can continuously produce despite these changes in the environment. We see increased incidence of diseases, we see increased prolonged droughts. And all of these things mean that the crops that we have, the animal breeds that we have, really may not cope all the time with the changes. And thus, as a farmer and as a farmer's leader, we think biotechnology is critical. We therefore hope that there is continued and increased investment in biotechnology, because if we do not, we'll be left behind. And this country is still dependent on agriculture. It was before I was born, it is still dependent now, and it will still be dependent in the foreseeable future. Therefore, it is critical that we make sure that the technologies that we keep pushing out to the farmers are relevant and can respond to the changes in the environment. So as farmers, we think it is important to create a space where this knowledge, or rather this information gap is closed, and we close the gaps for disinformation as well. The other thing I would like to urge government and all the other stakeholders is to ensure that we finalize and put in place regulations for biotechnology in this country. It is very dangerous, in my view, in my personal view, for us to operate in a vacuum where there is no law that is particular to biotechnology, especially in agriculture. Because whether we like it or not, these products will come to our market. They are already on our market. So you have a choice. You either have them on the market when they are well regulated by law, or you have them on the market when they're not regulated by law, which equates to anarchy. So in my view, it is one of the other key things that we would like to request from government is, please let us finish putting in place a law or laws that regulate the use of biotechnology. I think that will even guide the engagement between the developers of these technologies and the farmers.
The National Council of Science and Technology was created out of the National Research Council. The National Research Council was a government entity which belonged to the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Planning, which was handling research priorities, and identification of research funds and supervising research in the country. But then the National Research Council was a very small entity. The government decided to make it a bigger entity. So the National Council for Science and Technology was based at Uganda House. No, it was first based at the now Ministry of Public Service, the veterinary section, where there was once an FAO building, where there is a small animal clinic. It was based there. That's where the National Council of Science and Technology started the National Biosafety Committee. And by then, it was necessary to establish the Biosafety Committee because research was beginning to take place on the use of HIV vaccines, and we wanted to be sure that we knew the safety of these vaccines. There was an attempt to vaccinate cattle against a disease which affects people, especially sore throat. And the idea was that if cattle were vaccinated, they would produce milk. People, if they drank it, then people would be healed from antibodies which cows produce. Then there was also a need to introduce agents to digest fecal material in latrines so that they can go down. Then there was a possible idea of looking at the control of mosquitoes using biotechnology. All those were things driving this. So it actually started as a human-animal biosafety, because that's where it began. Agricultural biosafety came a little bit later, because biosafety was very, very important in human protection, vaccine protection, and environmental protection. That was the main reason. Once it was established, the membership was created, quite a big membership, representing farmers, representing the academia. Makerere University had 2 representatives, one from agriculture, one from veterinary medicine, and one from human medicine. There were 3, one from human medicine. And then we had many other representatives from agricultural research institutes and from the medical research council by then, and so on. So we had very many people. So subsequently, it became necessary to look at crop biosafety.
For a long time, we have had what we call the Biosafety Committee, and that was responsible to ensure that the work we do in the labs is done in a safe way in terms of how people dress themselves up, how they dispose of their waste, how they dispose of their chemicals, how they dispose of their radiation. And we had a safety committee. But there have been more developments, and now we talk about the Institutional Biosafety Committee with the new developments, especially the developments around biotechnology. We are working with a lot of organisms that have been, where genes have been inserted, and also globally and internationally. I think now there's a more talk about how do you regulate genetically modified organisms and recombinant DNA technology. And that, of course, now we're talking about pathogen economy. And I think if we're going to use our pathogens, Africa and Uganda, as many of these pathogens, microorganisms, diseases that we have, the president and the government says, how can we use this to build our economy? By being innovative, we innovate, we produce products that can be sold globally and internationally. It keeps saying that we sold our Ebola to others. Instead of us making a vaccine, others have made a vaccine using Ebola is ours, but others are making vaccines. We don't use pathogens only to treat and manage people, but also have in our mind how this can also bring in foreign exchange and money. Yeah, all of us, we are looking forward. Like my colleagues in agriculture, there are products which they can't release. They're still in the lab because the bill has not yet been passed on the GMO. I think this needs to be worked on very quickly. It can also affect us if we have products that we want to release or to use. If the bill is not passed, then it will hinder progress. I do thank the government and the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology for taking this on, mobilizing and making sure that we have a functional National Biosafety Committee and also on the ground institutional Biosafety Committee. It is very good. We are prepared now. As we said, we are not moving back. We are moving forward. This technology has come. The technology, we are using it already. The technology will expand. So I really thank the National Council, and I hope that they will continue to support both at the national and institutional level. And also I thank them for the partnership we have created.
Biotechnology came in as a very important way of safeguarding the population, especially as a result of population increase. It became important to ensure that is there sufficient food for the population? Is there sufficient energy for the population? Is there sufficient shelter for the population? Is there sufficient clothing for the population? With an explosion of the population, it became necessary to ensure that normal formal agriculture could not provide food, clothing, energy for this export. And we all know that human beings have for a long time used living organisms to benefit themselves. Living organisms have been used in the production of beer, production of ajono, tonto, mwenge bigere. All that is biotechnology. Sour milk, production of yogurt, fermenting of food. So all that is biotechnology. So it's not a new thing. The only difference now is how to enhance biotechnology at a genetic level. So, and that of course led to vaccine production and also led to drug production. For instance, the drug against diabetes, insulin, can now be produced using biotechnology. Is now the way of production of insulin. In the past, they used to produce it from pigs and from sheep. But that was not sustainable. Large-scale production was not possible. So we're now looking at how can we produce drugs using bacteria called E. coli, which if you introduce an insulin gene into them, they can produce the insulin in large quantities. That's what's happening in the world now. For plants, tissue culture was very important for production of clean material. Those seeds which are free of disease. So that when you plant seeds, you know that these seeds are safe. So clean planting material, as well as production in plants, production of disease-resistant plants. So all in all, biotechnology has been very useful in increasing production. That means you can now cover large areas of acreage without necessarily suffering the costs of labor. Right now in this country and in the world, especially in the third world and in Uganda, the biggest problem we have is labor, to weed gardens. You go to the rural areas and you will see people can open land, but they will fail to weed it. In the developed world, acreage has been increased because they no longer weed. They spray and all the weeds die. So the crops must be resistant to the chemical which is used for spraying. And only the weeds will die and the crops survive. So you can find one man has acreage from here up to Ginger. Biotechnology is the reason why the prosperous world is surviving better than us. And so the question is, we in Uganda, what are we doing? What are our scientists doing? Why are our farmers suffering? What are our universities doing? What is government doing? And that's precisely why biotechnology came on board, not only to increase production and productivity, but subsequently to reduce poverty. The more you can produce, the more you sell, the better off you are. And this goes back to the Millennium Development Goals, where poverty reduction is a priority. And you cannot do that if you are not self-sufficient. Food security, again, hunger reduction, Millennium Development Goal. How will people survive if there is not enough food? So food security or hunger reduction is a priority as a result of biotechnology. Lower cost of production. As you know, that to produce, you need to control pests. You need to control weeds. You need to make water available. Can we afford irrigation? Can we afford to fertilize soil? Can we afford to control pests like the locusts and so on? For us, using biotechnology, if we had a capacity to have plants which, if locusts ate those plants, they would die. That's biotechnology. Instead of trying to do all these things which we have had a problem with. So indeed, food security, lowering costs of production, and lastly, reduction of use of pesticides. The more pesticides you use in production, the more you destroy the environment. And so if you reduce spraying, these days when people are growing, and they're growing maize, they're growing anything, even oranges, you have to spray 2, 3, 4 times. Where do those pesticides go? They go to the soil, the water washes them, rain washes them, rainwater washes them, they go to the water system, it ends up where we are, ends up in the food chain. It's all very dangerous thing. So if we can have plants which can resist pests, we do not need to spray them. The moment food is owned by someone else, you beg. But if you own your own food, you can eat it any time you want. You can do what you want. So do we own our own production? Do we own and do we know the biotechnology which is used in crop science, in animal science, in human science, in better health? For instance, nutrition, to increase nutrition, to make available certain minerals and vitamins in crops, which when we eat them, our health is better. And that's one of the things we try to do in Kawanda with bananas, to produce more vitamin A rich bananas, so that as people consume these bananas, they are more healthy. In other words, nutrient-rich products.
I had the opportunity to represent Uganda in the negotiations under the Convention on Biological Diversity, whose main objectives are the conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity, and then the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the sustainable use. Now, Uganda, of course, ratified the Convention on Biological Diversity, which was adopted in Rio de Janeiro in June 1992. And under this convention, there is a provision. There was already a concern globally about the developments in modern biotechnology or genetic engineering. And some people already thought there could be risks that could undermine, arising from the use of modern biotechnology, that could undermine the conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity. So under Article 8, subsection G of the Convention on Biological Diversity, parties to the convention were required to put in place mechanisms at national level to manage and minimize the risks to biodiversity that could arise from the development and use of modern biotechnology that arise from genetic engineering. But of course, this requirement was there. But at that time, this was 1992 and the early 90s, the level of knowledge and understanding of the products of modern biotechnology was still very limited, especially in developing countries. Now, the same convention in Article 19, Section 3, the Convention on Biological Diversity, put a provision. They knew there would be shortcomings at national level for individual countries to go it alone. So they put a provision that parties shall consider the need for and the modalities of a protocol to especially govern the transboundary movements of living modified organisms resulting from modern biotechnology that may have an impact on the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and taking into consideration effects on human health. So in 1995, July, the Convention on Biological Diversity convened a meeting of all parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity. Even non-parties attended as observers. This is a meeting of experts on biosafety and biodiversity to consider this need for an international treaty or a protocol. The meeting was held in Madrid, Spain. I had the honor to represent Uganda in that meeting. And after 5 days of deliberations, the consensus was that indeed there was need for a protocol, an international treaty to govern the transboundary movements of living modified organisms resulting from modern biotechnology that may have an impact, a negative impact on the conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity, taking into account risks to human health. Now, this working group made a recommendation to the second meeting of the Conference of Parties that was to convene the same year in November, I think November 1995 in Jakarta, Indonesia. And the meeting of the Conference of Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, having considered the recommendation from this working group on biosafety, established an open-ended working group on biosafety to negotiate and elaborate this international protocol. So the negotiations took some time, and they were supposed to be concluded in the Colombian city of Cartagena, 1999, January. Then, but for some reasons, there were some disagreements with some countries not agreeing with what was the desire of the majority of the countries of the world. So the negotiations were suspended, and there were informal consultations that went on in between both at the Africa region level and at global level. After some consultation, consensus was built that it was time to resume the negotiations. They were resumed in January 2000. And then the final text of what was called the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety was adopted in Montreal in January 2000. And of course, this protocol provides for many things, but including the advance informed agreement, which makes sure that before any living modified organism or genetically modified organism is transferred into a country or released into a country, especially if it is coming from outside, the country must be consulted and must give its consent in writing. That is what is called the advance informed agreement. Then, of course, there are also provisions on conducting risk assessment to make sure that is to inform the decision on whether or not to allow the living modified organism should be allowed in the country or not. Then, of course, risk management. If there are some identified risks, are they manageable? What risk management procedures is the country going to put in place? Are they sufficient to contain? Yeah. Now, as all these
Hello.
Okay. Honorable Minister, Executive Secretary, Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, heads of institutions, distinguished scientists, the media, the public, you're welcome back from the break and from the exhibition. Indeed, in our move to make Uganda the best, we've already been able to see. And as we've been talking about our theme, science, technology, and innovation, and regulation for sustainable industrialization in Uganda, we are going to the market beyond the boundaries of this country, beyond the East African community, beyond Africa, but internationally. So, riding on our theme, we are getting into the next session where we are majorly going to be talking regulation. For those that were not here earlier, my name is Brenda Nakaziwe. Shortly, this is the face behind the mask. You're welcome. I come from the Pathogen Economy, Science, Technology, and Innovation Office of the President. So for this next session, we are going to be talking regulation for science, technology, and innovation. And we have our next chair for the session. And together with me, let's welcome Professor Samuel Baker Kuchel. As he takes to the podium, Professor Kuchel is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Busitema University. And he's also a board member at the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. And he is a professor of energetics. I know that as he chairs this session, we shall be learning more about regulation, but also as we talk with, or as we have a discussion around regulation, we shall be listening in as Professor guides us. Professor, thank you so much. I invite you to take over the session. Let's welcome him yet again.
The Honorable Minister of STI, Dr. Monica Musenero Masanza, Honorable MPs who are with us today, all heads of government departments and agencies, distinguished bioscientists and bioinnovators, the private sector, members of the press, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Samuel Becker Kuchel. I'm a board member of the National Council for Science and Technology, but I also work for Bustema University as the Deputy Vice Chancellor. I'm not the Vice Chancellor. I would like to welcome all of you warmly to the second part of session 1 of today's Biosafety Forum. We have got 2 activities that will take place in this second part of session 1. We shall have a presentation which is really an overview of the STI regulatory landscape and coordination in Uganda, which will be presented by the Executive Secretary, National Council for Science and Technology, Dr. Martin Ongol. Then we shall have panel discussions on STI regulation in Uganda. So let me now invite Dr. Martin Ongol, the ES of the National Council for Science and Technology, to come and give his presentation. You are most welcome, Doctor.
Thanks, Professor Kuchel. I would like now to give an overview of science, technology, and innovation regulatory landscape and coordination in Uganda. And of course, it is going to build up on the discussions that took place in the morning. And in this presentation, I'm going to just give a broader overview. And as you heard what the Honorable Minister hinted on, was that instead of having a very narrow focus, there is also need to have the big picture, and that will guide when we now get into the details in relation to biosafety regulatory landscape in Uganda. Okay, yeah, so at first we look at the big picture, especially the macroeconomic condition, and of course our national transformation agenda, and that is the transformation process of Uganda to a middle status income country. And of course, one of the aspects that we are looking at is our regulatory systems, the ecosystems at the moment. Are they the regulations that are driving us there, or is it the regulations which are holding us backward? And of course, I will also look at the STI ecosystem in the country, and especially the role of the government, private sector, academia, and the like. And then, of course, there's the institutional analysis bit, especially when it comes to organizational development, capacities, gaps, and the like, because normally the context keeps on changing and we need to adapt. And of course, the enabling environment, which of course also involves the incentives and the infrastructure. And of course, there are so many things that we are embedded in, and that is the livelihood and other key issues which are coming up, like urbanization, energy, ICT, and agricultural transformation, climate change, and the environment. So in order for us to have a very effective and a functional landscape, of course, we need to do the disaggregation and split that aspect of science, technology, and innovation. And especially in science, you are trying to look at something which is still unknown. You are moving from known to unknown. So if you don't even know very well, then how do you get into the regulatory aspect? and of course the technology, which now is the application of the knowledge. And that's the matter that we want, especially to make Uganda the best and to bring about those transformations. And then of course there's the innovative part because of the changing context and the like. And of course, this just shows how we are at the moment and where agriculture takes the lead, and then the services and employment in the industry. You can see that it's still not all that much, but we want to move. But I think before I get into the details, I will first talk about, the Honorable Minister talked about the new alignment of the STI sector, and of course, the broad structure was shown. But of course, also from UNCST, beginning next financial year, we shall focus mainly on regulation of all aspects of science, technology, and innovation. We are going to broaden our scope, but that does not mean that those functions will be done by UNCST only. There are some that are already in existence in other institutions. And the most important thing is like, how do we collaborate? How do we share the information? And how do we make sure that we are together? We are not contradicting, and we are using our resources very effectively to deliver more. The other aspect, of course, is on translation of STI policies into regulations and standards to guide the operations of the entire STI ecosystem. Much as there are still new regulations that we are trying to develop, but there are also some regulations which are in place, but you find out that the translation bit has not gone all that further. I remember recently I was trying to look at the safety of chemicals in the laboratories, especially the heavy metals and the like. And then I was looking at the chemical and toxic materials law. But then when I tried to find out who is really handling this law such that we can go further, I really couldn't identify. And in certain instances, we even followed for 2 months, there was no response. So those are some of the things that we need also to look into. And then of course, there's the homing of science professional institutions and continuous professional development. So these ones we are looking at mainly the science professionals. There are some science professionals that don't have really an association or where they gather, although others are well developed, like the Uganda Institute of Professional Engineers, but there are others. And on top of that, most also suffer from governance issues, management issues, and you find out they are very weak. But if they are well established and strong enough, they should actually be also giving scientific opinion on some of the developments which are taking place. And of course, it also helps in enhancing the impact of science to the community. And now there is, of course, several transformations. There is what is known as the citizen science and open science. That those are things that we need to get into detail. And of course, there is the monitoring and evaluation of the entire STI system. When the Honorable Minister shared with us one slide, there is that aspect of data, which is very challenging. We need to know like how many researchers we have, the full-time equivalents, the disaggregation by gender, by region, by discipline, and all those parameters. And of course, this is very important. And when we are monitoring, we are looking both the loop, that is the past, but the most important thing is to inform our future initiatives. And then, of course, there's the concept of the National Innovation System. And here, when we are going to look at the regulatory landscape, It's just to ensure that the national innovation system and the regulatory landscape are all in coherence and not in divergence. And of course, there are several concepts, there are several versions and the like, but this is a very simplified version of the national innovation system. The Honorable Minister also showed one where looking at the pathogen value chain, especially the drug discovery. But of course, this one, of course, brings up the context. You can see that the macroeconomic and regulatory context are very much fitted together. And when we are looking at these regulations, it doesn't only apply to pure science, but it should also look at other supportive mechanisms. And of course, I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago, within the STI, we had some workshop on STI, especially the pathogen economy. And of course, I think Professor Kabasa was presenting on informality. And of course, even in the STI, we still try to stick more onto the informal bit other than moving formal. And sometimes it becomes a challenge, especially if you want to set up like a venture company or an entity where you want to get into the commercial business. So will the financial or the banking regulations give you access to funding? Or if you are trying to work out the tax regime and the like, can it sustain you, considering probably that the innovation will come out in 3 years and maybe what the profits might be coming in 6 years or so. So it's very important actually to look at the ecosystem right until the end of the value chain. Maybe some IT support is not moving. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So when we are looking at key elements of regulation, it's quite broad. One thing, of course, we also need to look at planning and priority setting, which regulations come first, which one come next. There's the overarching and of course the details. And then of course there is the standard setting, the approval process, the monitoring and surveillance, and then the enforcement. And then of course there's collaboration and linkages, and the overall governance of the regulatory framework. And looking at these elements, I've just teased out a few, but there could be more. But I think where we do very badly is in terms of the governance. We have the regulations spotted all over our government system, but how do we pull the strings here and there? And that can be very challenging. And I can give one example, which is, of course, it's not in the STI, but of course, to do with the SACCOs and the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Agencies. Both had different conditions, but I think now those cooperatives are struggling on how to balance those two regulations. And in the STI, it's very common. So somehow UNCST sits in the middle, and sometimes the fire cuts across, and it becomes, that's when it is, you realize that, okay, there is contradictions. How do we see it, and how do we handle these aspects? So I think if we are looking at future directions, there are things to do with governance, which is quite important. And of course, what we need to do, and this is where it's quite important, normally when we set these regulations, we are looking at data-driven interventions. And of course, looking at our current regulatory system, the government has a very good guideline, especially when they say you need to do a regulatory impact assessment before you start developing the regulation. But one of the challenges in our system is that that impact, which is supposed to be data-driven, the data is not always robust, and sometimes we fail in the regulations from step 0. So going forward, can STI guide, especially in coming out with the matrices that can help in developing these regulations, supported by evidence, supported by data, and cross-cutting, and making sure that it is as inclusive as possible. And then we need to use a principle-based approach. And I think this one has already been cleared, especially when we talk about making STI Uganda to be the best in terms of science, technology, and innovation in the region. And that's our core guiding principle. We need to define what is the best, and that regulation, how is it going to take us forward. Then something which I've put it as a word, but actually, I mean as a sentence, but actually it's very core. That is, we need to have what is known as a minimum regulatory sandbox. So when you look at these developed countries, how they are going on with their regulatory approach, they are using what is known as the sandbox approach. And it is the technology, the approach, the regulatory approach, which is actually keen or key to deriving benefits of innovation. So with the sandbox approach is that you allow a controlled trial for every step in the innovation value chain. Instead of just saying, you know, this in Uganda, we have never heard about it, we are not going to listen to you, go away. But with a sandbox approach is that you're allowed to do, go on with that innovation, you report the data, and if there is safety or whatever criteria that is met, then you move onto the next step. And I think the examples that I can give is, of course, you have heard of self-driving cars. So self-driving cars are not yet all that safe. But what's happening using the regulatory sandbox, each and every step of development, they are being given a chance to demonstrate that the technology works and it is safe. And once that criteria is met, then you go towards the next step. And then another thing is that most of our regulations have been very, very prescriptive. Do A, do B, do C, and the like. So now the changes which are coming, and I prefer that approach, that is the outcome-based approach. You are going to do A, B, C, D. Demonstrate to us that if this is achieved, there will be no harm in whatever form today, either the human health, the environment, animals, or the ecosystem. And I think ISO, International Standards Organization, they are moving towards the prescriptive approach, especially when it comes to biosafety. Now, before you heard about biosafety level 1, biosafety level 2, biosafety level 3, and biosafety level 4. So now they are moving away from that to what is known as risk level characterization. And then if we are to move that to that format, then we need to have a very clear understanding in terms of risk analysis, the characterization, and the matrices that we are going to use to make sure that we know where we are going to classify those risks based on the outcomes. And of course, in Uganda, of course, we're looking at industrial growth, technological change. And of course, one thing that is very common is, of course, we are in the age of constant, complex, and disruptive technological innovation. And sometimes the rate at which the innovations or the ecosystem is changing is too fast that the regulatory mechanism in the country may not actually catch up with. I just remember in the colonial days, they say that if you have been given a letter to take, you have to ride the bicycle very fast from one sub-county to another, and that letter has to arrive in time and should not be opened. Somewhere when I was young in the 80s, documents used to be leveled on Uganda government's service, confidential, deliver it. But now when I sit in my office, I'm always sweating because you just know that anytime it's on WhatsApp, it's on Twitter and the like, and we don't have any regulations. And I know that in some countries, they have gone ahead and to have like a national data policy, a data strategy. And of course, in Uganda, we have got the Data Protection Act and the like. So how do we adapt to those situations? So what I'm trying to bring out is that the regulatory systems need to become more proactive, more dynamic, and responsive to the changing situations. And of course, the question which I will leave with the audience is that to what extent has our regulatory systems achieved our principles or our development goals? To what extent is our regulatory system adapting to the fast changing conditions, and what should we do to make sure that we have an effective landscape? And of course, this is just like to demonstrate some of the inter-institutional linkages. And of course, I will give you just our regulatory process, especially in relation to clinical trials and animal subjects. But the most important thing is that these are just like very tiny portions of the regulatory framework. But you can see that it involves a wide array of processes, entities, organizations, and the like. And if we look at the overall landscape, then it is some good work to do, but the results also will be very excellent. And of course, UNCST, we have of course been doing the approvals, the research clearance process. And I think we are somewhere around 1,387, but you can see that in 2021, we have got a lot of clearance, and we don't know whether COVID triggered more research. Our database, of course, at the moment shows that about 300 COVID protocols have been cleared since COVID started until probably mid-June this year. But that increment, it's a slight increment, but it indicates that probably we are working more towards the quality, making sure that our research is cleared and the like. But we also know that a lot of research also gets somehow through and cleared. And then, of course, in terms of COVID, we have had like about 14 clinical trials, 2 Hubble studies. And the Hubble studies, if I'm not mistaken, these are the first of its kind. And of course, these involve COVID-X and of course, other protocols. And then one thing that probably we need to think about is the global, first of all, the regional environment that we live in, and of course, the global environment. And Uganda is a signatory to quite a number of regulations. And there is the Convention on biodiversity, and there is something on biological weapons and toxin convention. There is the WHO standards. These are just a few examples, but if we are to develop an inventory, they can be 20 or 30. Now, the challenge that we have with the changing technology, you find out that the developed countries also try to adapt their regulatory framework according to the changing context. And then when it comes to like the developed countries like Uganda, we just wake up to put up our suitcase and then we go for those difficult discussions, which may hamper our STI landscape. And of course, Dr. Fashimana can give you like the challenges that are there in sometimes in ratifying like the Cartagena Protocol and the like. And what happens is that these things are even announced like 2 or 3 years in advance to allow the countries to prepare. So what I'm trying to share or throw across to the community is like, we need to have a catalog of all these international conventions, analyze it on a regular basis, develop a consortium of multi-institutional, multidisciplinary framework, including the Ministry of Justice, Foreign Affairs, and the like, such that when we are going for these negotiations, we go from a very well informed perspective, such that we get the outcomes that can benefit Uganda. And of course, at UNCST, we have, of course, developed a few guidelines, and of course, there are more to be developed. And of course, in certain instances, we also use or get linkages with other guidelines that have been developed by, for instance, National Drug Authority or other entities. And then, of course, I just want to give an overview of the research ethics committees in the country. So I think when we are looking at our regulatory landscape, one thing that we need to do is to look at the inclusion, and you find out that most of those research committees are in Kampala, and even within Kampala, there is a small area having a very high concentration of ethics committees, and I think the other one is in Gulu and Lacho, and quite a few. But what is important is that those areas also research centers and other universities have come up. So we need to look at equity issues, inclusivity, and of course, accessibility, and probably the technical support of those regulations. And those are the list of the research ethics committees. And of course, we also have the annual National Research Ethics Conference. We had one last year and probably another one in the future. Now, one thing that we need to also look at when we are looking at the regulatory aspect is on the material transfer. And when it comes to material transfer, this is a very big headache to the regulatory agencies. We still have biotheft taking place in the country, and sometimes it's smartly done, and it becomes very difficult to intervene. And you find sometimes this comes in terms of a PhD sandwich program. You go to Europe, you are taught the research methods, the approach, and the like. Come to Uganda for 2-3 years, go with your samples, and then it is analyzed. You come back with your degree, you leave the samples and probably the technology that side. So how do we handle this? And there are issues to do with material transfer agreements. And some countries have become very strict. They have developed very stringent regulations. I think one of the countries that went to the extremes is India, where I think around 2019, 2020, they said, okay, no biological material will get out of the country. And then I think there is an international meeting in China this year in September. And one of the issues which is outstanding is on the genetic sequences, who owns it? So the developed countries are saying that these are ours. And for us, we don't have databases, we don't have where we can keep our gene sequences and like, so those are some of the things that we need to do. But of course, in terms of material transfer, there's also the safety of the material transfer itself when it is moving from one point to another. And of course, this is also one thing that defines our collaboration. You find out that probably from the developed world, a kit has been tested, but now they need to make sure that they test for the reliability and reproducibility, and they need these biological materials from our countries. And of course, the transfer regulations also should look at the level of the risk and what may happen in the research value chain. And of course, on biosecurity and biosafety, we have the Cartagena Protocol that guides us, but also Ministry of Health has strong initiatives on biosecurity, and of course, this will be talked about later. But of course, I also want to share Uganda's experience with GM crops or confined trials, but I know Naro will talk more about it, but those are the sites that we have been monitoring regarding confined field trials. Now, one thing I would like to spend more time on is on the adoption of GM crops in Africa. And of course, when you look at the key down, it is classified into where there are GM classified crops, where there is confined field trials and biosafety laws, and then where there are confined field trials without biosafety laws. And there is only one country there, and that one country is Uganda. And then there are countries that have biosafety laws without confined field trial. And there are about 13 countries that don't have any biosafety laws or confined field trial. But then when you look at the map, you can see, on that one is clear, but you can see that right from South Africa and across the shores of the Indian Ocean until Egypt, those countries have already adopted some GM crops. And of course, Nigeria and Kenya in Africa has actually done quite a lot in terms of the regulations. And I think with Nigeria, they even have laws regarding the post-release regulations. They have it in place, and they have a lot of documentation and control systems. So for us, we are still there in the middle, but this map about 10, 12 years ago, Uganda was at the forefront. And many of those countries that have come up actually learned from Uganda. And I took time and visited the cassava GM trial in Serere, being conducted by Naro. And actually, the counterparts in Nigeria and the like are very keen on the outcomes. And that also made me develop that personal feeling that we have done a lot and it's quite good, but it's like we are working for the world and we are not working for ourselves. And then these are just an overview of biosecurity elements. These are just an overview of some documents that UNCST has developed. And then, of course, on the policy landscape. And these are some of our innovation comparators in relation to other countries. But I think one thing that we need to look at, especially when we look at the global innovation index, our index is like above 100, but you can see the regulatory environment is around 59. But of course, we can get it further. And then, of course, the frontier technologies, they are quite many. But one of the issues is that how do we regulate these frontier technologies, especially when it comes to the big data, who owns it after the analysis. And there are so many other frontier technologies that will come. And you can see that it's an area that is growing very fast. And of course, we shall need to do R&D, especially in the frontier technology area. And how do we regulate? For instance, how do we regulate, for instance, research and development on blockchain or on machine learning, and like, you know, the data is stolen. I got a very interesting story whereby it appeared in the newspaper. They said the data of civil servants was stolen. And then after a week or two, the newspaper reported again that the data was recovered. Now, for me, what really happened? And nobody raised an alarm and the like. But nowadays, if I'm supposed to steal, I would not steal money, but I would steal data, because that's where you start new businesses. And actually, these companies like MTN and the like, if you ask them about poverty in Uganda, they know it into the most minute detail, basing on the transactions that are taking place in the different zones in the country. So now, how do you regulate the big data? How do you regulate blockchain? How do you regulate things like machine learning? Because with machine learning, you might find that we are all being monitored by machines, and this data comes and the like. And then I say, okay, this is personal to me, what have you? And the like. So those are some of the things that we need to look at. And of course, with the funding landscape, here, of course, we know that there's shortage of funding, but there are things, of course, obtaining money by false pretense. And also in the STI, those things also happen, where you have 4 projects on the same research area, and you're reporting A, B, C. And right now, I think we have a very huge fraud that has taken place. And of course, we need to have regulations, of course, on STI funding and all that, especially fabrication of data, all that. So we need to do that. And of course, this has already been covered by the Honorable Minister. That is, of course, the focal areas and the value chains. So we need to make sure that in terms of R&D, we also have a regulatory system which can support. I've talked a lot about 4.0, but there are things like aeronautics. I want to import a drone for R&D. There's the data which is coming from maybe the drone which is doing surveillance and the like. So those are some of the things that we need to look at into detail to make sure that we have an overarching regulatory system. And then, of course, those are still things that will affect our regulatory systems. And of course, there are a few gaps. We have concentrated mainly on physical sciences regulation, and chemical sciences, but of course, space science has also come up. And then of course, this regulatory gap, we need to do the loop and catch up. And of course, one of the key, of course, is the absence of a guiding law on genetic regulatory law, and of course, laboratory infrastructure for specialized testing. And of course, we need to have laws, especially on gene therapy, gene editing. And the Open Forum for Agricultural Biotechnology and Africa Agricultural Transformation, AATF, invited me to Kigali, and one of the things that they were discussing, should there be one overarching genetic engineering law, or there should be separate laws, like for instance, gene therapy and gene editing? Are the technologies different? Are the technologies the same? Those are some of the debates which are there. And of course, the way forward will be us to also look more deeper into some of those regulatory aspects. Thank you for your patience and attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin Ongol, for the overview of the regulatory landscape and coordination in Uganda. I think we can give him a big hand clap. The Honorable Minister, distinguished participants, permit me now to invite the panelists. We have about 7 panelists who are going to come and be seated here. The Executive Secretary, Dr. Martin Ongol, I'm calling you back. If you are settled, you come back. The Secretary to the authority, National Drug Authority, I hope it's here. Yes. National Drug Authority. Yes, she's coming. You're most welcome. The Executive Director, UNBS, Bureau of Standard, you're most welcome. The Executive Director, NEMA. NEMA. NEMA is not here, or somewhere, or a representative. The Executive Director, UNHRO. Yes, Dr. Okwari, you're most welcome. The Chief Executive Officer, UNFF. You're most welcome, sir. And the representative of civil society. Civil society. Do we have civil society? They are very important. Okay. I was told representative of civil society, Mr. Isaac Congo, is on the way, is coming. Let me now invite Professor Chomoyangire, who is the Vice Chairperson of National Codex Committee. Please, you are most welcome, Professor. So we have 3 questions for the panelists, and each of the panelists will answer in terms of their institution or sector. Question 1, I can read it. What are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of the current STI within your institution and sector? What are the current strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of the current STI within your institution and sector? So I would maybe start with person on my immediate left. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Sam Okware. I'm the Executive Director of the Uganda National Health Research Organization, a unit in the health sector which coordinates health research. The question you've just posed is a very complex one, but I think I will, for the purposes of our meeting today, I'll give you a little sketch of what we're supposed to do, and also the advantages and how we link very easily with the STI. The health sector is so much linked to science and technology. Why? Because at the end of the day, whatever we do is the health of the people that's paramount. Everything here to be distilled down to that level. We therefore act as a layer that protects the public from the researchers and ensures that the quality of work which is done in this country in the form of research is well coordinated, is not fragmented, is ethically carried out, and is harmonized. And even more important, that type of work is shared with everybody and is translated, evaluated and translated into health policies in the Ministry of Health. So with that in mind, therefore, we work very closely with the council. We are all intricately interwoven with the council. We are under the council and we normally meet very closely. We do everything together, thanks to IT technology now. So basically our role is to make sure that there is, first of all, a research agenda that is community responsive, as the minister was saying. Whatever we do must be community responsive and help to improve the quality of life of our people. Secondly, ensure that there is enhanced ethics so that whatever study is done is valid and also can be extended to other neighborhoods. Fourthly, there is the issue of knowledge translation. Knowledge translation to help, first of all, the community in which the research has been done, and also external validity to help the entire country. Let me just talk briefly about the challenges that have emerged. Challenges that have been emerged is, first of all, I think there are new emerging challenges in the area of health. Challenges which have taken away our little diminutive resources in terms of health personnel, in terms of money, challenges like the pandemics which have come up, HIV, etc., etc. Secondly, there's the issue of diminishing resources. And thirdly, there's the issue of complacency. We are all tired. You go to the village, everybody says, well, if you say you're sick, you say, well, how often have you been sick? That level of and even more sadly, there's a new word which has came up last year, 2020, called a new epidemic called infodemics. Infodemic is the spread of rumors, false information. And usually, this is actually a technical word which was picked up and it's getting steam now. Informatics, infodemics, say in social media, we are being torn apart and we cannot fight back in terms of, in the past we had one radio station, now we have 100, and so on and so on. So that level of infodemics has actually slowed down our progress. However, we do have new opportunities. Opportunities in IT, now we have joint Zoom meetings with all the other stakeholders, and that's been very happy. We are now able, together with the council and indeed with the STI, to be able to know where we are and where we're moving. We're able now to do some risk reduction through a number of measures by sharing information on time. And we are also able now to try to expand our scope. Most importantly, you realize that to make any difference in this community, in this country, you have to go to the household, you have to go to the community, the household where life is made. You only take it to hospital when it is sick. So here, I would like to stress one very important thing, that is community engagement strategy. That strategy is the only one which will make the most out of the little that we have. Little input in resources, maximum output in benefit, which is why we must thank government that they have developed the parish development model. This model will make a very big difference in the lives of our people, in the lives, I think, of Ugandans as a whole. Some of you may not be aware, may not be very familiar with this model, but we who have been in the ministry, who were in the ministry and containing outbreaks, were using community engagement strategy, which is very similar to this new model. Finally, I think I was given a few minutes, but I think I'd just like to state a very obvious thing. Health may not be everything, but without health, everything else is nothing. I think you better think about that. And I'd like to thank Minister STI for initiating this dream, and we hope that working together, we should be able to push, transform our society, to live better, to live happier, to enjoy ourselves up the next century. Over.
Thank you very much for that question. The Honorable Minister for Science and Technology and distinguished guests in your different capacities, good afternoon. I'm Sheila, I'm Pire, and I'm representing the Secretary to the Authority, National Drug Authority. As National Drug Authority, we are charged with protecting human and animal health through effective medicines regulation. And one of our strengths is that we have the legal framework to ensure that we effectively regulate drugs across the drug development cycle and towards the use of drugs, as well as after the drugs have been put on the market to ensure that the drugs are being safely used. One of the weaknesses we have, especially pertaining to STI, is we do not have the legal framework in that particular area, whereas genetically engineered drugs are to be regulated by the authority. We do not yet have that legal mandate. However, we have guidelines available, and we are in the process of developing guidelines to ensure that genetically modified drugs are used safely across the board. Then, what are the opportunities? We have a vast number of opportunities because there's a very large number of applications for use of genetically modified drugs, for example, in cancer treatment, HIV cure. So there's a lot of opportunity that is available. We have the technical capacity to review and ensure safe use of these drugs on the market. Then we also need testing facilities. Currently, we have the testing facilities for the conventional drugs. However, for genetically engineered drugs, we would need further capacity in testing to ensure the safety of these products whilst they are on the market. Then would also need to be included in all the stages of the drug development process. So there's a need for education, engagement, and empowerment of the people to know the regulatory pathway, which is quite complex for these products because of the challenges that are associated with these products. And therefore, we would need to create awareness among the different stakeholders, that is the researchers, the innovators, and make sure that they have this information with them. Finally, what are the threats? Well, one of the threats would be the really fast innovation, which is moving faster than our regulatory framework, but that is also an opportunity because then we are charged to making sure that our systems are responsive and we can ensure the safety of
of Ugandans, that is the humans, as well as the safety of animals, so that the products are used in a very safe and well-regulated environment. Thank you.
Thanks, moderator, and I'll just be quite brief. I think when we look at the strength, I think one of the strengths that we have is the UNCST Act, especially that provision in the Act, which allows us to establish specialized committees. So science evolves fast, it's broad, there are several dimensions. And you might find out that each and every time you'll need different expertise to handle issues from climate change, agriculture, and even on emerging technologies. So this act helps us to be in a very adaptive mode through the specialized committees like the National Biosafety Committee, the Forum for Research Ethics chairperson, and a few others. Another strength that we have is the collaborative mechanism, which we have with the regulatory agencies. As Professor Okware mentioned, we work very closely with Uganda National Health Research Organization, NDA, NARO, and other entities. And science being quite complex, normally it requires very strong institutional collaboration. Sorry. And of course, other areas of strength are, of course, some international collaborations that we have that support us a lot, like the Open Forum for Agricultural Biotechnology, AATF, and the like. And of course, the weakness, I think one of the greatest weakness that we have is, of course, on the funding landscape, which is very not really making us to deliver to the extent that we should have delivered. Opportunities, of course, include, like, for instance, the realignment of the sector that could bring some opportunities for engagement in terms of coordination and more funding support. And the threat that we have mainly is due to the rapidly changing context, and especially sometimes also it might involve the institutional realignments and the like. Those are things that sometimes pose threats to our operations. Basically, that's what I can give. Thank you.
My name is Deus Mubangizi. I work as a manager for the National Meteorology Laboratories at Uganda National Bureau of Standards, and I'm representing the Executive Director of UNBS. This question sounds very short, but can take a whole day to answer. I just try as much as I can to give an overview. Uganda National Bureau of Standards, I think you are all aware, is an institution responsible for the development of national standards and also putting in place mechanisms for implementation of the national standards, and to ensure that we have what we would call accurate measurement systems, so that we have fair trade practices and we're also promoting trade. By fair trade practices, we also include protection of consumers. So the current strengths of UNBS are basically what has given them the current work they are doing including the legal framework, which is well spelled out, but also what I would call the current capacity in the activities that empower them to do those activities of consumer protection and fairness in trade. I can just mention some of them. Other than the standard development activity, we also do what we call certification services. Those of you who take a lot of products like that mineral water, you can see a mark written on Q, which is one of the ways of ensuring that that water is safe for drinking, because we have to visit the industries and test their products before we can give them that Q mark. In addition to that, we also do a protection of consumers for goods coming in from outside Uganda through import inspection activities. We are based at the borders working with URA to check that the goods coming in are always meeting standards, especially those which have an impact on health and safety. We also have similar activities within the country, like market surveillance, checking what is in the shops, to see that they also meet national standards. And we also carry out what we will call the weights and measures function to check that that meat you are buying from the butcher, if you wanted 1 kilogram, it is still 1 kilogram. But in addition to that, it is what people least know about UNBS. We are charged with ensuring that the measurements used in the country are very accurate. We want you, when you are doing anything to do with the measurements, whether in industry, whether in transport, whether in aeronautics, you are measuring accurately, because wrong measurements can cause disaster. If you are measuring somebody's pressure in hospital and that pressure is not actually what you're supposed to be, you can cause somebody to be given too much medicine or not to be given medicine because they have measured wrongly. So actual measurement is very key for us. You measure wrongly the nut tightening of an aeroplane, and when it takes off, it crashes. That's how dangerous it is. So UNBS is charged with ensuring that the measurements in the country, be it temperature, be it length, be it anything, should be accurate. And in addition to what I have said, the current strength comes from what we are having in capacity right now. And the major weakness we have is actually the opposite of what I have said, and that's lack of necessary capacity to actually enhance the work we are doing. Because like I've told you, if you are trying to check all the measurements that they are accurate, but out of 7 measurements, you are very good at 3, then where are the other 4 going? It means that we have a challenge of building capacity to make sure that we are doing most of the work that we need. If you are certifying mineral water, make sure you have certified all of the water in Uganda, not just 3 or 4. So our current problems actually come from limited funding, which funding allows you to visit 7 out of 10. If you could get the right funding to visit all of the players, then you would be doing a very good job, because it is very important that these items are done. I'll give you an example. We are talking about vaccine development. Most of you know most vaccines, which when they are being stored, they are at very low temperatures, around -60, -80 degrees centigrade. But currently, as I speak, at UNBS, we do not have the equipment, which we call primary standards, that reach that -80. So if you start your business of making vaccines, but you don't have that capacity of calibrating at -80, how can you be sure that you're actually at -80? It could be -60, and the microbes either survive or die. We have talked about developing nuclear energy. Actually, there are plans to develop nuclear energy around Lake Choga, because we have a lot of uranium here. But the radiation from nuclear sources is very dangerous if not regulated. If you have a lot of radiation, it can cause cancer, yet also cures cancer when it is properly regulated. In Mulago, that machine they use for curing cancer, it uses radiation which is regulated. So if you don't know how much radiation you are releasing, how will you treat people? And as I speak now, UNBS does not have ionizing radiation laboratories, which must be there if we are trying to build in that capacity of nuclear energy or properly regulating our equipment which use nuclear energy. That's what I'm trying to talk about. The weaknesses are mainly originating from inadequate capacity and also because of basically lack of funding. The opportunities are limitless because as the economy grows, many areas come up which require intervention of standards and what we call conformity assessment or checking. And the method I've talked about. So once we get the right equipment, the right knowledge, the right staffing, the opportunities I see, us as a developing country, by the time we reach some level of developed country, there's a lot of work we need to do. All those are opportunities. And the biggest threat I see actually is our ignorance as people. We are ignorant of what is important for us. You find you have an area which is ripe for development, like I've been talking the whole day, but when you are making priorities in your powers where you are power centers, you are putting the money in buying carpets and failing to buy equipment for saving people. If we can learn where our priorities are in science and technology, and we start putting the resources there, I'm sure the sky will be the limit. But unfortunately, currently, as our people who are making decisions, because of lack of that knowledge, because of lack of sensitization, they put the money where it is least needed and leave the fundamental areas where it is actually required. Today, we are talking about regulatory framework. The issue of standards covers the regulatory framework from top to bottom. When you are talking of regulation, what are you regulating? You must have a regulation which comes from the laws. So that regulation, actually, when you go to science and technology, we call it a technical regulation, and that's the standard. Now, when you are regulating, the standard sets the boundaries, the specifications for a product, process, or system. As you regulate now, you must try to check whether the entities you are regulating are meeting that standard. And that one, you call it conformity assessment. It can be through laboratory testing, it can be through inspection, it can be through certification or verification, but you are trying to check whether the system, the system or process or product are meeting the standards you have set. And as you do that at the bottom, you must have skilled staff, you must have accurate measurement systems, you must have the capacity of the equipment, etc., etc. So the issue of standardization cuts across, and in the area of biosafety, the area of anything to do with technological development, those are very key areas that we must embrace. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Before the next panelist, we would like to welcome the Executive Director, NEMA, Dr. Akan Kwasa Bariregi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've been told to attempt to use this one. I can see it works. My name is Kenneth Katungisa, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Uganda National Farmers Federation. So my comments will be in line with what we think as farmers. That's why I've been with the farmers for the last 14 years. Uganda National Farmers Federation is an apex board of farm organizations that is spread in the whole country. So farmers are the biggest private sector. And farmers, in my view, are the best researchers. I don't know if Dr. Baguma agrees with me. But you ask yourself a question before I answer what the moderator asked me. These best researchers, these people whose most of the products we develop are intended for, what say do they have in the process of developing these different technologies? What input do they give, if any? But back to the question that the moderator asked me. The strength, I think the biggest strength that we have as a country is that we have an excellent group of researchers. I think Uganda's researchers cannot be in question. We have very good researchers and we have very good research infrastructure. The second one is we have the National Biosafety Committee is quite well representative of all the stakeholders. And I think that helps in ensuring that most the input from everyone that should give input is included. But our weakness, in my view, is the underfunding, public funding of STI. If we claim that agriculture is the backbone of this sector, and we know that science, technology, and innovation is going to be critical in ensuring that farmers can continuously produce despite changes in climate and all other things, then public funding to this sector should be one of the top 2 priorities. I'm not very sure if that is the case now. The second weakness is that there is still a bit of a big gap between researchers and the people whose research is intended for, especially agricultural research, in this case, farmers. There are so many technologies that have been developed that I'm very sure very few farmers know about that would actually be very useful for them. And that, for me, is one of the biggest weaknesses that we have. We are not even properly fully utilizing the research that we have done. But what are some of the opportunities? If what the minister said in the morning was true, that they are intending to make Uganda the best, then that's an opportunity, because it means that there will be directed increased funding towards the sector. If they are actually willing to make us the best, like they say. One of the other opportunities I find is that I think because of the, especially climate change related challenges the farmers face, there's a more willingness by the farmers to listen to new technology, but to new products, but this must be well explained. And that will take me to the threats. The biggest threat is there is a lot of misinformation in the farming world about most of the products that come from science, STI, but also like, there is, I think, more funding towards misinformation about for example, GMs and what have you. I think the people that carry this misinformation have done a much better job than the crusaders of technology. And if this is not rectified, and it's not going to be cheap, if this is not rectified, then it threatens the work that is being done. Because if work is done and it's not being implemented, it's not being used by the end users, it's in vain. And therefore, I think as a country, we need to ensure that there is adequate information. I personally had a challenge accepting biotechnology products. Thankfully, I got an opportunity because one of the institutions that sit at our office is CFOD. I see the CEO here, Isaac. it is through interaction with them that I actually personally understood and got to appreciate the importance of biotech, for example. Now I'm educated. Imagine a farmer that with no education, how long it will take to convince them. So we have a big, big task on that. And whatever we do, if that is not corrected, I think it will undo the excellent work that the researchers are doing. I think I can stop there because my other point on threats has already been talked about. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. My name is William Chamhangire. I'm the vice chairperson of the National Codex Committee. Formerly working with Makerere University, I've been there for more than 30 years. Now I've joined the private sector. Maybe for some of us, it's the first time to hear the word codex. I should first explain that. This National Codex Committee originates from the Codex Alimentarius Commission. Again, I'm using the same words. I'll calm down. Codex Alimentarius means codes of food. There are two Latin words. Codex Alimentarius. Alimentarius is food. Codex is code. In other words, these are standards for food. And these standards are generated at international level. And at the international level, the organization responsible for that is the Codex Alimentarius Commission, which Uganda joined in 1964. So you can see how old we've been participating in this organization for developing international food standards. At national level, we have the National Codex Committee, which is housed in the National Bureau of Standards. And the National Bureau of Standards is the national contact point. When Codex Alimentarius Commission is communicating to Uganda, they send the communication to the National Bureau of Standards. It's good that the UNBS ED talked first. So when we come to food, it's a component that is regulated under the National Bureau of Standards. But within that, we come down to the National Codex Committee. Now, this National Bureau of Standards, I think starting this year, is coordinator for CC Africa, the Codex Committee for Africa as a region. So they have taken on quite a big task to coordinate the standards development at international level for the whole of Africa. And I think I saw Mr. Mufumbiro, who is the coordinator for Africa now. Hakim Mufumbiro, are you around? Uganda took up the task after Kenya. So we are holding that flag. And mind you, at international level, Uganda has gone as far as vice chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. I think in 2008, Dr. Ben Manyindo became the vice chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. And we've also been privileged that our daughter, who is Swiss, Awile Ocheng, has been chairperson of the Alimentarius Commission. And she keeps visiting us here and gives seminars and workshops. She's Swiss now, but originally she's from Uganda. So that's how far we have gone with the Codex Alimentarius Commission. And in Uganda, we operate through the National Bureau of Standards, and we operate under the National Codex Committee, which is chaired by the Director of Health Services, Minister of Health. Because this is a cross-sector committee, and therefore there are so many stakeholders. It brings together health, brings together agriculture, brings together the private sector. And therefore all those people sit on this committee to generate our positions in as far as these international standards are concerned. When it comes to strengths and opportunities, I think I'll bring them together here. Uganda is, we always say, is gifted by nature. We have a wide biodiversity in terms of food. And therefore, sometimes we refer to ourselves as the bread basket for the East African region. But we have never gotten to benefit from that to the maximum. I feel we should be trading in food in as much as we should, because we are endowed. This country is the home of matoke. There's no other country in the region that produces as much matoke as we do. And Ugandans are very shy about it. We are the biggest producers of bananas in the world. We are number one, but we always say, oh, we are number two. Why should we be number two? The minister here said, we are the best. We should value that. Why don't we want to say we are number one? Okay. We need to do something about that. The Ugandans, we like keeping ourselves behind. Why should we? In the region, I think we are the only people eating senene. That's something unique. In the region, we have a shabwe, very unique to us. The oils from northern Uganda, the shea nut butter oil, we need to trade in that. We need to develop standards for that. Think of any food in Uganda, it's an opportunity for us. The uniqueness of our food in this country. And therefore, we need to wrap it up with standards and regulations so that we can trade comfortably across the world. But what are our weaknesses? Some of them have mentioned them. We as a country keeping ourselves, we as a people keeping ourselves behind. We need to do something about that. But most importantly, when it comes to generating these regulations and standards, we have a limited source of data to base ourselves on. I need to go back a little bit to the Codex Alimentarius Commission. When they are developing these standards, they are based on science and technology. Not on sentiments. You must have the data. We did a study here to the burden of foodborne diseases. We couldn't generate enough data so as to inform the international community the burden of foodborne diseases in this country. We need to document them. Every time something like that happens, we need to document that. I've seen in the newspapers whereby there is food poisoning caused by poor storage of food. And they say, oh, these people were poisoned. Someone put poison in the food. We need to differentiate that. These samples must be taken and analyzed, and we know exactly what caused that problem. 2 years ago, we had a challenge exporting our maize to Kenya due to presence of aflatoxin in our maize. So that's something that we need to be working on. Some of these challenges we have and weaknesses are natural. The aflatoxin is natural, but how can we mitigate that? Someone already talked of the weak industrial base that we have. We need to go beyond producing raw materials because we can't continue trading in raw materials. And I think the government, and in particular the president, has pronounced himself on that. This business of us exporting raw materials should stop. We should add value to our food before we export. And that requires us developing the standards and meeting those standards and meeting the regulations. Then the issue of generating this data that we need to develop these standards and regulations is tied in with the limited funding to research. I have seen every time we are doing standards at the Bureau of Standards, we run to Makerere University, we run to any university to pick the little data that they have generated. And yet government does not fund postgraduate training. It is through postgraduate training that we are able to generate data. The aflatoxin research that was done at Makerere University helped quite a lot to demystify the presence of aflatoxin in our maize and to inform the limits of aflatoxin in our maize. So we need to realize that actually these universities are not mere buildings. They come in and help us to do business and at a very high level. Now, what are these threats to this whole food industry, to our codex, to the National Bureau of Standards regulating this sector? First and foremost, the biggest threat to it is donor funding. If we think that it is important, we should fund it ourselves. If we leave it to donors, they are going to dictate to us what we should research on and what kind of data we should generate. And yet we Ugandans are interested in specific types of data. The other aspect is that we want participation of the private sector. When we've traveled to China on aspects of pesticide residues, we find that the Ugandan delegation is made up of one person. The private sector does not come along with us. It's the agency or UNBS or some academic from Makerere University who has traveled to represent Uganda. But we want the data to be generated from the private sector because they are the users of these pesticides at the end of the day. So we would like to see private sector participating because they have let us down on some of these things. But the other aspect is our culture. It's a big threat. We have a culture that does not demand for quality. You go to the butchery and the guy is cutting meat for you and he is mixing the meat from one carcass to another and you have no say in that. Why can't you have a say? You have your money. I'm one person that is very stubborn. Should the butcher guy try to mix my meat, I leave it on the weighing scale. I say, I've come to buy meat and that's the meat I'm going to buy. If you're not giving it to me, I'm going away. He says, you go away. But next week when I come back, I see the same person asking me, come and buy from me, come and buy from me. I say, but last time we disagreed here. He says, yes, but this time I'm going to do exactly what you want. And I get it. So Ugandans, let's try to demand for quality. I haven't seen it in many of us. The weighing scales, there's a guy who sold me 800 grams of mputa instead of 1 kilogram. They have a way of putting it there and it falls down and you think they've done it. I came back, I put it there and it didn't. I said, either you give me my money or give me my extra amputa. He had to add it on. So as consumers, really, we need to do ourselves a service that we demand for quality, we demand for these measurements. The other aspect are women. This, I'm not being gender discriminative. Don't send your wife to buy meat. They will give her anything. My wife doesn't buy meat. I've said, with you, you go and buy all the other things, meat, leave it to me. Because when she brings it, we can't eat it. So women, I think that we need to do something about the women when they go to shop, particularly meat. These guys play tricks with them. I can see people are laughing and I think that is true. So we need to do something. Again, on poor culture, you find our beer is stored in fridges, cooled in the evening, kanyogoga. But the milk is being sold on a wheelbarrow without refrigeration. Which one needs more refrigeration? Is it the milk or the beer? The beer, you can get it from the shelf and drink. But the milk, I want to tell you, within 2 days, your milk will go bad if you don't put it in the fridge. So aspects of how we do things as a culture, we need to do something about that. You go to Kalerwe market, you find tomatoes are being set on the ground for you to buy. Why? Why can't you have a raised platform, some box? City Council is not bothered about that. The authorities in the market are not bothered about it. So that's something we need to work on. Then the unregulated use of chemicals in the agriculture sector. It's devastating. You find tomatoes are sprayed with a chemical, even when they are in the box and taken to the market when the chemical is there. Why can't we do something about that? These regulations, they are not for nothing, they are for our good. And I think all of us need to work together on this and have safe food. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Isaac Ongu, Executive Director, Science Foundation for Livelihoods and Development, in short, SciFOD. At SciFOD, our guiding principle is linking science to society, but we also observe government on what they do and what they fail to do. And in doing that, we do a lot of public engagement and also policy outreach. The CEO of Uganda National Farmers Federation has already mentioned that through our engagement, he was able to get to understand better biotechnology. And we don't do that by ourselves. We facilitate the interaction between stakeholders like his organizations to the scientists themselves who are doing research. And that helps in creating confidence, because when, say, farmers or farmer leaders go to research stations and they find people who look like them are the ones responsible for generating these technologies, they are able to push away some of the misinformation that they get. And on the policy front, we normally encourage decisions to be made based on information that is credible, and that kind of information can only be got from the right source. And as an organization, we've had the opportunity to facilitate policymakers, both at the district level and at the national level, to interact with scientists and to see for themselves that Uganda has scientists who are capable of coming up with technology as a response to the national needs. The opportunities today, when the Minister in charge of Science and Technology in the Office of the President, she mentioned that we should not regulate ourselves out of the economy, that we should not base on fear to regulate. And we have used our expertise in communication to provide policymakers who normally make these decisions with facts, so that fear does not inform their decisions. Of course, there are limitations that when you have new technologies like biotechnologies, there are those who close their ears to fear, and you find clauses in regulations that would propose, say, sending a scientist giving a scientist a life sentence if there is some issue of omission. And another opportunity is that a forum like this provides us with opportunity to appreciate science in its right context. And so that when regulations like that come that would hinder the progress of science development, we all come as a voice and debunk it. For example, previously, in the law that was not assented to by the president, there was an issue of strict liability, that if you are a developer using the gene technology and something happens, whether it's within your means or not, you should be strictly liable. And someone was defining strict liability as they're taking a scientist as someone who decided to keep a lion at home, knowing that it has the capacity to harm human beings. So if you are keeping a lion and it gets to attack someone, I think that would be good enough to be held strictly liable. But what scientists are doing, they are not really that irresponsible. And as a civil society organization, we come to bring out some of those issues. And another thing that I talked about is asking government to do what they're supposed to do. For example, as CIFOD, we have been in the space of advocating for biotechnology, because we believe it is a key tool that our scientists can use to improve our crops, animals, and even in the health sector. Another opportunity that I want to take right away is I've seen the executive director of NEMA here. In 2019, NEMA amended its law to include management of biotechnology in the environment. And one of the clauses was that they would prescribe measures that would guide developers of biotechnology products in the environment. So I would like to request the ED, when he's going to make his remarks, to tell us how far his institution has gone towards making those prescriptions or guidelines, so that scientists would want to take a step forward, have some kind of system that would guide them in the meantime. And maybe one of our weaknesses is that the founders of my organization, they are scientists, and maybe we tend to have that biases towards science. And maybe going forward, we need to engage more the social scientists who may bring in the aspect of humanity, because science is for human beings and things that help human beings. It's not in isolation. Thank you.
The Executive Director, NEMA, Dr. Paririga, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator, distinguished participants, all protocols observed. I'm Dr. Kankwasa Wairega, Executive Director, NEMA, and I will discuss the role of STI in promoting sustainable environment management. What are the opportunities? What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? But I will take the opportunity to first introduce NEMA and what we do. NEMA is National Environment Management Authority, which is a statutory body established by an act of parliament as the principal agency for environment management in Uganda, responsible for 4 functions. The first function is regulation of environment activities. The second function is coordination of all players in environment management space. The third function is supervising all activities of environment. And the last function is monitoring all activities of environment in Uganda. And we do this job through working closely with lead agencies, which lead agencies are directly charged with the direct management of environment segments. For example, Uganda Wildlife Authority, that is directly charged with managing the segment of wildlife. The National Forestry Authority, that is responsible for managing the segment of forests. The Wetland Management Department under the Ministry of Water and Environment, that is directly charged with the management of wetlands. The Directorate of Water Resources Management, that is directly charged with management of water resources, etc. So our role is really to coordinate and supervise and monitor these, and we do this through regulation. Now, the question of science, technology, and innovation and how it relates to environment. Science, technology, and innovation is both an environment problem, but at the same time, a solution to environment problems. We all know that most of the environment-related impacts that we have today all relate to actual development of science, technology, and innovation, largely from the Industrial Revolution. That's where our environment problems emanate from. Science, technology, and innovation creates 2 main challenges for environment. The first one is pollution. Introduction of things that are not in natural existence. That's pollution of our environment. And we can discuss this at length, right from air pollution, land pollution, water pollution, etc., etc. So science, technology, and innovation is actually the cause of pollution. The emergence of automobiles, vehicles, and aeroplanes, emergence of industries from industrial revolution are all responsible for the air pollution, the climate change that the world is grappling with. The climate change we are experiencing today as a world is actually from greenhouse gases that have been largely introduced. Of course, there are natural sources, as we know. For example, methane from wetlands, but the bulk of the other greenhouse gases, carbon and other gases, including ozone depleting substances, have all emerged from the development of science, technology, and innovation. And so the cause of our environment problems is nothing but science, technology, and innovation. Yeah. The second problem, apart from pollution that comes from science, technology, and innovation, is resource pressure or resource depletion. Every innovation, every science and technology development will need resources from the environment. And as a result, the rate at which we extract these resources from the environment has in many cases surpassed the optimal either replenishment levels for renewable resources and total depletion for non-renewable resources. And of course, the consequence is that the world will be without resources, and in a way that becomes a self-limiting effect for science, technology, and innovation, because if we deplete the resource base, then science, technology, and innovation will also stop itself. So there will be self-limitation. Yeah? And so what we should be discussing is how can we manage the impacts, the negative impacts of science, technology, and innovation to ensure that we enjoy science, technology, and innovation in a safe and sustainable manner. And definitely that brings in the question of regulation, which is the debate that we are discussing. Science, technology, and innovation also can create resource contamination. Resource contamination. We are discussing biotechnology now, which is a big debate. Biotechnology. How can we have biotechnology, for example, without affecting the natural environment? How can we ensure that we promote technology, but that technology does not impair or impede the natural environment from performing its function? And the overall guidance is really that we must all agree that God is the best scientist. To me, that should be the foundation. It should be the beginning point. We must not be on a race. You know, we must not be on a race for science, technology development to compete with God. We should harness the science of God using our own science. Where the problem becomes is for us to try and outcompete the natural science with man-made science And that is always the source of problem, because that's a war that we cannot win. God will still remain the best scientist. And so what God created naturally is actually scientifically designed. It is scientifically designed. If God said there is a wetland there, that wetland is scientifically put there. It's not accidental falling. And so we must not innovate technology that is coming to replace the wetland as we are attempting to do. I can tell you, the world has lost up to 68% of its wetland cover, the world. And the situation in the forests is not any better, as we all know. Uganda, we are now at 13. Thank God we are moving upwards, but we've come from 9%, having dropped from 50% in 1900. And science, technology, and innovation has a role to play in that loss of forest cover, be it wood industry, be it energy production, be it pharmaceutical and other science and technology innovations. There is a role to play in terms of degradation from science, technology, and innovation. And to me, that's bad science, technology, and innovation. The best science, technology, and innovation that we should be espousing is how do we make use of that wetland? We get more uses beyond what we know now, but without losing it. If we innovate technology to replace it, we shall have lost many, many more opportunities of science, technology, and innovation, because our level of understanding is limited to what we know now. And of course, that's very, very limited. There is a lot of things that we do not know, which science and technology and innovation should bring to us. But if we lose the natural laboratory, then we shall be self-limiting ourselves. We shall be actually limiting how far science, technology, and innovation can go. Because the environment provides that natural laboratory. The forests, the wetlands, the natural air, the water resources, the land resources, all those are living natural laboratories that are at our disposal to apply science, technology, and innovation to continuously benefit from this. Where we err is where we go to compete with God, to say, let's remove the naturally, scientifically designed features made by God, and then we replace them with our man-designed scientific features. Attempts have been made, of course, to create man-made wetlands, as we all know, but we cannot match the science of God. And so the best scientist is that who recognizes that God is the best scientist. That should be our fundamental beginning point. We've been discussing in biotechnology, the debate, the hottest debate has largely been on genetically modified organisms. That's I think the hottest debate in biotechnology. The rest of the biotechnology segments have largely not been controversial. So the issue is, should we be discussing science to replace our natural production of food? The answer is yes or no. The first question is, why did we get there? How did we get to the question of unsustainable supply of food? How did we get there? Why can't we address the factors that led us there? By addressing the symptoms, we are actually not solving the problem. Because if we engineer food, we are addressing the symptoms. Not that it is not important, it's important as a temporary solution. But have we addressed the cause? Because if we only address the symptom, the cause can still come and even place more problems, and still this unsustainable supply of food will even happen even with biotechnology. So the best science should be addressing the primary causes. Why has the world reduced its production potential? Is it not something that we can discuss as scientists? Must we discuss innovation of fertilizers and chemicals to improve production? Does science only limit our understanding to that? To me, that's a simple route. That's a route for the lazy people. We should be focusing on the primary causes of the problems we have. And we must reorient science, technology, and innovation to address primary causes and not symptoms. So what are the opportunities? Science, technology, and innovation, in as much as it is the main source of problem for environment, presents actually an opportunity to address issues of environment. We are now discussing environment technology. Environment technology presents an opportunity for us to address the wrongs that we've committed against the environment. There are lots of opportunities in green technology or green science, technology, and innovation to address environmental problems of our time. For example, renewable energy. Energy is our single biggest threat for the environment. Energy, talk about fossil fuels, talk about all forms of energy. They are responsible for the bigger part of our environmental problems. But science, technology, and innovation presents an opportunity for us to go into renewable energy, to go into emission-free automobiles. The technology is now there. So there is lots of opportunity that science, technology, and innovation can provide us to begin acting right, to repent and come back to the right path, the true path of sustainable development, not the path of self-deceit that we can actually outdo the science of God. No, God remains the best scientist. In as much as we aspire to become scientists, that should be our guide. There are lots of opportunities in the Internet of Things, as we call it. Lots of technology now exists for environment monitoring through remote sensing and geographic information science. We can now be able to accurately monitor and tell the state of our environment using science and technology. And that helps us to detect the problems in the environment in order to address them. You cannot address what you don't know. And so science, technology, and innovation provides for us an opportunity to effectively monitor the environment, so that we can timely respond to threats within our environment. The world has moved now to as far as climate engineering. Scientists are now discussing technologies for direct capture of carbon from atmosphere. The discussions are now on. Science is being tested now. It is still, of course, in its infancy, but there is hope that we can actually develop technology that can directly capture carbon from the atmosphere and redirect it. And so the problems of our climate could be solved sooner or later by technology. And so, as you can see, technology has both edges, the edge of environment damage, as well as the edge of environment management. So what do we need to do? We need to harness that balance. And how do we harness that balance? Through effective regulation, which is what we are discussing. Effective regulation should guide on what we should do safely to advance humanity or advance development, if you want it, without damaging the environment. It cannot be called development. Never. It cannot be called development if you advance in terms of science and technology at the expense of environment. That cannot be development. That will be self-deceit. The scientists will be deceiving us. They will be deceiving us. It cannot be advancement if my mother, my grandmother must go to America to buy seeds every season for planting because of embracing technology. That cannot be advancement. That is retrogression. It can't be. It cannot be. So, science should come not to add on our problems, which we already have. We have a lot of them, including hunger, including, unsustainable supply of foods. But to bring science that adds on us, on those problems which we already have, you add another one of going to buy seeds from a multinational patent company. You are actually adding more problems to the many problems that we already have. So we should shun such science. That science is not the science that we need. That science is a science that takes us back. But we can harness the good part of it. We can harness the good part of it. And I think our scientists have been doing a great job within NARO. They have been doing a great job, and we should support them to continue promoting science that is born here, science that will not enslave us, science that will not jeopardize the sovereignty of our state, and science that will not make us lose our identity as a nation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, all the panelists. There is a slight change in program. Would like to receive some constructive comments, questions, or clarification from the participants. We shall select 4 people, 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen. Yes, 1 lady is there. There are now 3 ladies, so we can get 1 gentleman. Yeah, the gentleman is there. Take them the microphone. Oh, there's a 5th one, okay, due to public demand. We shall allow 5. Can you take the microphone? Do you have another microphone? Because we want to save time. If they come here to take a bit of, there's one here, you could take it. 3 ladies, 1 gentleman, and then the last gentleman over here. So be brief, don't give a lecture again, just be brief, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Grace Nembata Cheine. I just want to make a contribution as board member, National Drug Authority, that all the challenges we've had related to how to engage IT for development need to address human resource, where we've been recruiting people based on their smartness, donning a tie. We need to know that the youth are the drivers of the future because they are very, very tech savvy, and we need to stop stigmatizing the youth because they're putting a pin in their nose or they're wearing tattered jeans. That is a new training we've just had actually recently in Nairobi. So we're going to restructure like NDA looking at HR environment because HR can fail all the systems. Thank you.
I'm Deborah Wendiro, a member of the Uganda Biotechnology and Biosafety. Okay. Member of UBBC, EXCOM. My comment is specifically on policy. The policymakers are the managers of science. The scientists are being blamed for failed science. And I remember the minister saying there is a grave, a mortuary of scientific innovations in universities. But who are the mortuary attendants? I think the politicians and the policymakers, I would want to even say the president, are overseeing death of innovations. We need in this place to maybe come out boldly and tell the people, the managers, that they should stop attending to the mortuary of innovations. Then secondly, if you look in front there, you only see one woman. Why? Why is it that all the managers in critical positions are male? We consume as women things that may not be good. If you look at agriculture, environment management, the women are bearing the brunt. So let us look at those 2 issues. Thank you very much.
You are changing. I thought it is the gentleman is behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Emmanuel Kulu. I work with the African Union, but particularly I'm in charge of the African Forum for Ethics and Governance of Emerging Technologies. I'd like to make a contribution here. From the time I sat here this morning, we've actually been discussing a lot of good things about this technology. Myself as a researcher, before I went to Ethiopia, I used to work here in Naro. Dr. Baguma was, Yona Maguma was my supervisor in our secretariat. And I like the conversation. These are the kind of things that are actually happening all over the world, especially in Africa, being a developing continent, that we would like to harness the potential of these technologies. And as a result, the reason why the African Forum for Ethics and Governance of Emerging Technologies was actually developed, why it was created in November of 2019, to lead these discussions that we actually are talking about the benefits, the good things that these technologies actually bring to us. But also we should be discussing some of the ethical issues the negative impact, some of these concerns, some of these questions, some of these problems that these technologies actually, bring on board. For example, the GMOs, these are the kind of issues that the public was actually discussing, up in arms, and they affected, impacted the progress that we're making in terms of GMO. And I know, and others, and the coming on board of artificial intelligence, that we can actually have driverless cars, cars driving themselves on the road, and these are the kind of issues that make people get worried. That I think we are going too far, and how can we bring these conversations to the ordinary people? How can we ensure that as we do science, technology, and innovation, the ethical issues are part and parcel of this issue, just like what it said. Most of these challenges that we're currently grappling with the world over, as a result of science, technology, innovation. A classic example is the plastics. When plastics were invented nearly 100 years ago, it was being touted as the wonder of the world, the wonder of the world. But because we did not have, for example, philosophers, ethicists to sit together with the technology developers to kind of discuss some of the implications of developing these technologies, we are actually having these challenges, how to manage these technologies and all that. So as we discuss science, technology, and innovation, we should actually ensure that issues of ethics and governance regulations are side by side. But largely throughout this morning, I've not actually had the issues of ethics. It's different from the ethics of research, but the ethics of largely asking ourselves, but is it right for us to do it? And if so, how can we do it? Because people actually have these worries, but the solution is to have this kind of conversations, to leave these conversations to all stakeholders, but not only having the scientists, but probably also introducing the policymakers, and others, and ordinary people, so that as science, technology, and innovation moves, we also ensure that these other critical issues that actually are making us not have any progress, are part and parcel of these discussions. Thank you.
There is a lady next to you who was one of the answers. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Diana. I'm a biotechnology student at Makerere University. But one of my concerns is about the issue of communication and like making sure that the public is well aware of what biotechnology is. The time Dr. Martin gave his presentation, he emphasized the regulation process and what they go through. But I did not see anywhere where the public is fully engaged, yet we are saying that the youth should be like the frontmen of this whole process. But how are they going to be fully engaged when they don't understand the science behind and what we are trying to do here? Thank you so much.
The last hand was on this side, on the left. Could you move the microphone? I see another hand raised. We are not doing well in terms of time. That's why we are trying to catch up. Yeah, you just be brief.
Yeah, thank you very much. See the mic not loud. My name is Ongora Solomon. I'm a senior technician at Kiambogo University Mechanical Department. I'm addressing my concern specifically to National Bureau of Standard team. My concern is, now that the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Technology and the government has come up with boosting scientists with a lot of research work, as we are already here, you can see the numbers have increased. I've realized that Bureau of Standard is not digging the road quite well and fast enough in line of making standards for very many products. For example, I came up with an innovation 10 years ago, a machine which can recover an emission from smoke when you are making charcoal, which is very vital for very many products, cosmetics, medicinal, and then fertilizers, and so on. I went to Bureau of Standard. I said, they should give me the standard for liquid smoke for the palliative compound so that I can put this product in the market. On several occasions, I kept going back to Bureau of Standard. They tell me there are no team, there is still no standard. There is even no team to discuss the standard. I went to draft even the standard. Then somebody even said, you are now setting your own standard. I handed to Bureau of Standard, I said, can you now constitute a national team to look at it? Still even tomorrow, I don't think they have it. This is a frustration to the struggle in research. It is like a road authority not making the road for people to follow. Now, how can you follow the bush? No standard, how can you follow the bush to reach where we are called? Thank you very much. That's my concern.
Yeah, thank you very much. Distinguished participants, we beg that we allow now the panelists, in the interest of time. I know everyone would love to ask questions or make comments. I know there were only 2 direct questions to National Council.
The last one here.
You see, even him, he asked the last one. There was another one there. Please, yeah, okay. Just bear with us. We don't have time now.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, there were only 2 direct questions. One was to National Council for Science and Technology. Then another one was to Bureau of Standard. But I would like to allow panelists, starting with the Seaford, just in 1 minute. You can respond to any comment, but you make a closing remark. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. My short and last comment is on the need to have a clear framework on handling issues of science and technology. And also to be clear, so that if I'm a scientist and I want to do research, who should determine whether my science is God science or personal science. And I think that should be very clear so that scientists don't waste so many years in the universities and of training only to come to a point where decision makers decide on values that are in most cases subjective to individuals on what science should be taken up. But we know governments, whenever they are interested in something, we've seen during the COVID vaccine, there are so many issues of the safety of COVID. And actually some people were arrested and put in jail. I remember there was a pastor who was arrested and later died because government was interested in vaccinating its citizens, despite the fact that the science or the innovation was coming from elsewhere. So I think going forward, we need a very clear framework and systems that are not influenced by feelings, but by structures, so that scientists know exactly what they should and what they shouldn't do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. All of us here are, in all ways, consumers of products of science and technology. And therefore, it is incumbent upon us to be interested in these products of science and technology. Let us not wait for government to help us to regulate this science and technology. We need to participate. We need the public to participate in these developments of science and technology. So we need to wake up and take advantage of what we eat and use on a daily basis. I've seen this laissez-faire approach among our public. You are invited to go and attend a workshop. You don't want to go because it is about science and technology. The public needs to participate. Come. Be proactive. Participate in standards development. I don't know. Even people fear entering these universities. I've been at Makerere. I've seen that. People fear to enter those gates. Yet that university is meant to be there for you, not for any other person. It is there for the public. We said it here earlier that the data that is generated by the universities is used in developing these standards and regulations. So we need the public to come in. So, but also on our part, we need to do public awareness. I've looked at the UCC, Uganda Communications Commission, needs to do something about what we communicate on TV and radio. Music, overnight prayers dominate our media waves. Science and technology, I don't know how many channels do that. Why can't we make it easier for the public to understand science and technology through the media? The children to learn science and technology through the media. Therefore, public awareness. We need it yesterday. And I think it should be a regulation that every media house should commit a certain percentage of the airtime to science and technology. Then research funding. We cannot continue to rely on donor funds for research because we need this urgently. We needed it yesterday to inform our regulations, to inform our products. So government, I'm very happy with what the president has done so far. He's been an advocate of science and technology, I don't know for how many years. He's been talking about it, which is very good. The industry, I think, needs to also be handled like the public. We need to make the industry aware that what we are doing is not just for the scientists, it is also for the industry. And therefore, we need participation of the industry. The industry should come in and put up funds for research in research institutes, in the universities, so that we generate this data that we need. Then standards enforcement and regulation enforcement. It is very weak in this country. Why can't we enforce even cleanliness? The kingdoms those years used to ensure that every household has the katandaro where to put your washed utensils. Why can't we go to the markets and say, you must have a katandaro where to trade from? Then human resource development. I think we need to double our efforts when it comes to human resource development. And finally, I want to say that as Ugandans, we need to take advantage of science and technology and the regulation that are associated with it to create jobs for ourselves, to trade more, so that we create wealth for ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator, and my colleagues. They have hinted on what I had here. I want to expound on what Isaac said. Whether we like it or not, the lack of a law is an impeding factor on what can be done and what cannot be done. And yet, we already have biotech products and GM products on our market. At the end of the day, the people that are losing most are the Ugandan farmers. And therefore, this law needs to be expounded and the process needs to be expedited to ensure that it is approved. I was meant to understand, for example, that there is BT maize. Naro has made BT maize that is tolerant to aflatoxins. And yet, there was a period when Ugandan maize could not cross the Kenyan border. Who is the loser? It is the farmer. The lack of this law is impeding the progress by the farmers. And therefore, all of us, including scientists and non-scientists, need really to rise and ensure that it is concluded. To scientists, now I'm speaking as a farmer, please spend half of the time you spend in your laboratories talking to the public about what you're doing. Half or even a quarter of the time you spend in your labs should be spent interacting with the people whose technologies you're developing. Otherwise, you are developing products for yourselves. Let me give an example. There are two entities that are developing ant-stick vaccines. I am a dairy farmer. My animals are extremely dear to me. Do you really think I will allow you to come and put whatever you want to put without me understanding what you're doing? Many farmers will not. We need to inform the general public of what we're doing at all stages of developing these products, not waiting for the end product, and then we start rushing to the public and buying time on airwaves to promote what we have already done. It is as important for a farmer to understand the product development process as it is to understand the end product. Because that is the only way you build trust in that product, and that is the only way you increase adoption of that product when the time comes. If we do that, and we do not have to do it ourselves, we can cooperate with other institutions, especially cooperatives and farm organizations, so that our products have a soft landing when the time for using them comes. I thank you for your time.
I think I'll start where my neighbor left on where data from research goes. Actually, I'd like to request the National Council for Science and Technology to get us a location of the data bank for these research findings. We do a lot of research, get a lot of information, a lot of solutions, and they remain in the books on the shelf. And yet the farmers out there, the other people outside there are suffering. So I think that the area where you can get that data from should be able to help so many people. I know, for example, there are very many retiring people who want to go into businesses, especially farming, but they look for which farming to go in and scratch their head until they get buried. Yet information is lying in our research institutions and universities. So can we get a data bank for that research, the research we are doing, so they can be used commercially as businesses? That's one. The second issue is, I already talked about it, setting our priorities right. Where are our priorities? If I look at Uganda, agriculture has a very big component in the economy. And so agricultural research becomes a kingpin for most of the activities that we are doing. But what are we doing to use, to put resources in that area so that we can know that our agriculture is growing because we have put in technological research and it is moving to certain levels? I have seen, like somebody have already said, there is poor communication about what we already have. You have a lot of information, but you are not able to communicate it. So if we can put technology and resources in communicating our research findings, it will be a very good area for us to spur development. Then one of our people who talked about, we are talking so much about good things about technology, but we are not talking bad things about it. Yes, there are both good and bad things about technologies, but the whole day we have been talking about regulation. And the importance of regulation is to churn out the bad apples and leave the good apples. That means you are trying to remove bad elements of research and science and leave only the streamlined products of research. So if you are talking about, for instance, genetic engineering, I, as a person, have had very many cases of misuse of genetic engineering. One time I had a story of some cows which were dying because they had eaten genetically modified grass that was emitting cyanide. And this is because somebody deliberately did wrong research and was not caught until problems happened. So the importance of regulation is to eliminate those bad elements who want to use science, research, to create bad things. One time I had somebody also during the apartheid in South Africa. Somebody was using molecular biology to try to get something which can kill only blacks and leave whites. You know, that kind of thinking is what regulators should be looking for. Let us not allow some rogue scientists to use science innovation to finish us. So regulators should be on the alert. If there is some technology that is advancing, make sure it is advancing properly and put in mechanisms for preventing the rogues from succeeding. And that's why I said, in setting up regulatory environment, the first part after policy is putting in the technical regulations or standards that guide you. Standards can be for many things. They can be for processes, can be for products, can be for systems. They cover safety of the product when it is consumed. They cover safety of the workers who are producing the product. They cover safety of our environment, so many things. So standards are a kingpin for most of the activities we are talking about. And I said, if you have a standard, then you have not finished, because you must prove that the product or process or system is meeting those standards. And how do you do that? You do what we call conformity assessment, the checking. The checking involves inspecting. The checking involves the testing in laboratories. The checking involves certification, verification. Those activities must be engulfed in our regulatory framework, so that you know, if you are a regulator, you are able to test and check and confirm. The good thing these days, we have collaborations. So even if you are a regulator, but you don't have a laboratory, you go to a laboratory that is recognized by government, and you test from there and use the test results and do your regulatory work. Then after that, there must be provisions for what we would call sanctions under a regulation, saying that if you do this, which is not right, this is a punishment. It must be in the regulation, so that people who want to break the law, or the rogue science have talked about, know that if they do wrong, there are punishments meted against them. If you have an organization that has a security laboratory or factory making wrong things, if they get you, they will close and kill the factory and also imprison you, something like that. It must be clear. Then the regulation will have meaning, and normally done in the enforcement. Like I was telling you about somebody who has a butchery and is selling half a kilo of meat instead of a full kilo. If that person is caught, the sanctions are clear. You go to prison and your place is also what? Is probably closed, and you don't cheat other people again. So those things should be clear in our regulations. Now let me get to the question from Solomon about a standard which did not come into reality, and yet he wanted it for innovation. I have just noted that the problem could not have been the pace at which you make standards, but to the type of standard that Solomon you are looking for. Because you talked of a product, liquid smoke. liquid smoke, personally, I've never heard of liquid smoke, but if it is a product of mass consumption, surely a standard for making sure it does not harm people would have come up quickly. But if half of our people here don't know what liquid smoke is, when you bring up the idea, it may not be fully understood. So I think I'm not discouraging you, but you could now take it, probably not the person you're talking with, you could take up that issue with the proper write-up and you got the highest point in our institution and say, this has been mishandled, it could probably be done again, and we get a standard for this product. But there are conditions which are set, and one of them is that the product we are talking about must be clearly defined and known as probably a threat to the users or consumers. Then it can be brought up as a good of public consumption, and they make a standard for it. Otherwise, standards are basically put there to protect users, to also protect the consumers, and also to guide the innovators, to guide the manufacturers, to guide the scientists, to make sure that they do the right thing. And I think among the priorities of government, if we are to go forward under science and innovation, is to support the standardization agenda in all sectors, to support the measurements I talked about, because they are everywhere. Even when you are putting tea in your, you put sugar in your tea, the teaspoon you are using also becomes your measure. So we are talking of measurement being everywhere, and for issues of industry and special infrastructure, accuracy is key. You just make a small mistake in the accuracy, you can cause a bridge to collapse. So we need a lot of attention to it, and also financing and publicity to the policy makers, so they make the right policies to put the resources where they are critically required. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I request panelists, let's try to be brief because we are really time bad. Just try to do it in 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, moderator. I will be brief and give a few comments. I think the first one is on communication. That comment is spot on. And actually, if you look at the program for the forum, there's a session which is actually fully dedicated to communication. We noted it during the organization process. So that session will come. And then, of course, information on research, what is coming out. Yeah, that's a challenge. And at UNCST, we are trying to set up a national research repository whereby all that STI-related information can be stored. And actually, we are trying to enter an MOU with National Information Technology Authority, especially in terms of giving us storage space. And we are also working with a consortium of University Libraries Association. In the interest of time, let me just summarize it this way. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. So we cannot overemphasize the need for the supporting laws. And so there's need for advocacy among the legislators to make sure that they pass the bills that have been in Parliament for a very long time into law. This is the Genetic Engineering Bill, the National Food and Drug Bill, so that these can support regulation of these products. Then there's also a need to align our products with existing regulatory frameworks, like for example, in health, like the WHO, to ensure that once the products have been manufactured here, they can be used globally. Then there's a need for collaboration and information sharing among the regulators to ensure that there's a smooth transition, especially for the different processes that require more than one regulator. So, and finally, there's a need to improve regulatory capacity in terms of the technical capacity, the testing capacity, safety monitoring, to ensure that the science and technology innovations that have been produced are beneficial and safe for the people, for the consumers of these products. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think most of what I wanted to say, I did say at the beginning, But I thought what did not come out very clear here is the definition of research. And I thought to bring this into perspective by looking at an old English adage, which says necessity is the mother of invention. I think research should be a solution to a problem. I think that's how we should start off, begin with, instead of doing everything everywhere. So what advice would I give for the question that just given us a few questions? What would I say immediately? I think first, we must share the vision. We must also have a portal whereby we can share our information with new technology. This is now possible. Second, I think the need for training has not been stressed here. In order for us to know that there is quality in our work, there must be a need for all of us to be trained, skills development, formal and informal, and benchmarking. These must be priorities. Thirdly, the issue of advocacy. We as scientists, we are silent burners. We get our things done and we keep quiet and we get whatever incentives we have. There must be a way in which something is published from whatever we do should always be published out. Fifthly, is the issue of knowledge translation. Your study should not disappear out of the world without us looking at it and sort of developing a knowledge translation framework, which can then be shifted to the sector for use and for improvement. Finally, I think the issue of research. Let us not look at the lab and all sophisticated things or extreme funding as a necessity for research. No, the research must start with you. It must start from your community. I did talk about the community engagement strategy and the parish development committee. That's where the observations of events should actually start. You recall, for instance, the Rakai study, the Rakai heterosexual transmission of HIV. We were, a few of us, many of them are still here, simple observations were able to establish the heterosexual transmission of HIV in the whole world, So really, we must be conscious of our neighborhoods and also of events that take place. So now, with all that, what do I conclude? What I might say really as a conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, really, in my closing remarks, I would like to say that this is a good initiative, but it's like a dream. Dreams are like children. They need to be fed, they need to be nurtured, they need to be supported, without which they will get kwashako. So it's therefore important for all of us to start to support research in whatever capacity we are. But remember, all the things which are on this earth now, they are moving targets. Therefore, this must change from year to year, decade to decade, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, moderator, once again. For us, we believe that science, technology, and innovation is a powerful force for society transformation. As we all know, strong global economies are now knowledge-based or science, technology, and innovation-based. And this means that science, technology, and innovation has now a strong geopolitical dimension. The moment science, technology, and innovation becomes a basis of an economy, it definitely acquires a geopolitical dimension. And so, as a country, we must not be observers in science, technology, and innovation, but rather active participants. Our scientists must actively participate in science, technology, and innovation so that they are not just conduits for science, technology, and innovation developed elsewhere, but rather our own scientists should shape this science, technology, and innovation process. And as earlier said, this can only be achieved through sustained science, technology, and innovation funding. And it's good news that the government is taking this direction of ensuring that there is sustained public financing of science, technology, and innovation so as to shape our economic transformation. We must embrace safe and sustainable science and be able to shun bad science. As NEMA, we shall remain steadfast in ensuring that sustainable science, technology, and innovation is fully supported and enabled in a manner that is not detrimental to our environment and our society. We shall continue to promote sound management of chemicals, biotechnology management, pollution control, biodiversity conservation, and climate change mitigation through enabling guidelines and regulatory environment. There was a question on how far we have gone with guidelines for biotechnology. There is a draft already, which has been developed in a partnership with the National Council for Science and Technology. And this is now at consultation stage. So very soon we should have guidelines, biotechnology guidelines issued under the National Environment Act number 5 of 2019. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, let us give a very big hand clap for all the panelists for the very good ideas that they shared with us. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of our session. Let me invite the MC to take over from this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, session chair, and very great thanks to the panelists this afternoon. Indeed, regulation is our mainstay. If we have to take our science, technology, and innovation to the levels of having a science-led economy, as we borrow from other nations that have made it, the ones that we call the developed nations, you find that they've taken regulation very seriously. You just don't go to their countries, you come with all your things, there's regulation, and ultimately regulation is protective of the scientist, of the innovator, of the technologist, but also of the end line user. So with this great ecosystem of regulators in the house, the discussions are on, the think tanking is on, and we look forward. I also look forward to our great communique at the end of this to have actually a white paper from this driving all the way to Parliament. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you. And we indeed apologize for the time stretch. We are believing that the next sessions will be, we are trying to ensure that we better manage. So for the next program, a whole huge program, we have lunch. Lunch is upstairs. We shall be guiding you at the press gallery. And then look out for the next session after the afternoon, which will help us network. But ultimately, as we celebrate 25 years of biotechnology regulation in the country. So we look forward to that cocktail at 6 p.m. We are also kindly reminded to register at the Secretariat desk as you come in. and then to also pick your name tags. I pray everyone has got their coupon. If they are not, if there are some of us who have not yet, we shall be ministering to you in that way as well. Thank you very, very much for this session. Very, very educative, but we are taking it even forward. Allow me, in the interest of time, thank God for our lunch. Father God, we thank you so much for the lunch. Thank you for your hand of provision. We pray that we shall be able to continually serve you. And as we continue with the sessions, we pray we shall be energized even the more. In Jesus' name, we have prayed. Amen. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. Let's kindly be back in the next 30 minutes. Thank you.
Agriculture is the backbone of Uganda's economy, and it's the country's largest employer. Data from the 2019-2020 Uganda National Household Survey shows that agriculture employs 68.1% of the population, trade employs 10.4%, manufacturing employs 4.3%, transport 3%, while education and construction both employ only 2%. Subsequently, to transform the economy using science and technology, government, through the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, is implementing the National Science, Technology, Engineering, and Innovation Skills Enhancement Project to enhance the technological and skill base of Ugandans. One of the three components of the project is the National Science, Technology, Engineering, and Innovation Center at Rebitete in Kiruhura district.
There are people in university who have been trained as engineers, but just want to come and sharpen themselves on some aspect. They come here for a short program, they will be skilled. There are people who are completely from nowhere, but need to acquire skill. They will come to this center and they will be provided with a skill.
The Chiruhura Innovation Center sits on 45 acres and will cost the government $84.7 million. Most of the money is a loan from the Exim Bank of China.
Okay, I am requesting us to please carry our bags. We have security, but we can enhance it by having our bags with us. Thank you.
Which is UNCST, a finished product, including equipping these centers.
It is now coming to 26%, the general progress. But if we go to break down, like the individual buildings, most of the buildings are ahead of schedule.
Anthony Okimat, the project coordinator, says the Innovation Center will use a flexible factory learning and infrastructure model to skill Ugandans, and it is estimated that every year there will be an intake of 1,500 youths, craftsmen, and technicians.
You don't just come here to learn the theory and practice, but we also have mini factories within here that you should be able to produce some item, a component. If you are in automotive, we expect you to produce a part, a car part, which can be used in Kira Motors.
The Innovation Center will contain 7 hubs, which include construction machinery technology, civil engineering technology, automotive technology, agriculture mechanization, industry/mechanical technology, metallurgical technology, and electronic and electrical research and development.
We expect to be able to provide the reskilling the instructors in vocational institutes require because of the nature of the equipment that we shall be having here.
Besides training, the center will have a technical service company in which Ugandans can design, implement and manage key infrastructure projects, and hopefully create over 12,000 direct and indirect jobs.
The nascent local companies, which we shall form within this environment. We shall get them into groups, help them to register into companies, and see that they can go out there with the necessary skills, and if possible, provide them also with some equipment.
The project also includes the Technology Innovation and Business Incubation Center located in Kampala Industrial Business Park at Namanve in Mukono district. The three are intended to provide state-of-the-art science and technology infrastructure that will in turn parachute the country into the middle income status. Gillian Nantume, NTV Tonight.
Biotechnology came in as a very important way of safeguarding the population, especially as a result of population increase. It became important to ensure that is there sufficient food for the population? Is there sufficient energy for the population? Is there sufficient shelter for the population? Is there sufficient clothing for the population? With an explosion of the population, it became necessary to ensure that normal formal agriculture could not provide food, clothing, energy for this export. And we all know that human beings have for a long time used living organisms to benefit themselves. Living organisms have been used in the production of beer, production of ajono, tonto, mwenge bigere. All that is biotechnology. Sour milk, production of yogurt, fermenting of food. So all that is biotechnology. So it's not a new thing. The only difference now is how to enhance biotechnology at a genetic level. So, and that of course led to vaccine production and also led to drug production. For instance, the drug against diabetes, insulin, can now be produced using biotechnology. Is now the way of production of insulin. In the past, they used to produce it from pigs and from sheep. But that was not sustainable. Large-scale production was not possible. So we're now looking at how can we produce drugs using bacteria called E. coli, which if you introduce an insulin gene into them, they can produce the insulin in large quantities. That's what's happening in the world now. For plants, tissue culture was very important for production of clean material. Those seeds which are free of disease. So that when you plant seeds, you know that these seeds are safe. So clean planting material, as well as production in plants, production of disease-resistant plants. So all in all, biotechnology has been very useful in increasing production. That means you can now cover large areas of acreage without necessarily suffering the costs of labor. Right now in this country and in the world, especially in the third world and in Uganda, The biggest problem we have is labor to weed gardens. You go to the rural areas and you will see people can open land, but they will fail to weed it. In the developed world, acreage has been increased because they no longer weed. They spray and all the weeds die. So the crops must be resistant to the chemical which is used for spraying. And only the weeds will die and the crops survive. So you can find one man has acreage from here up to Ginger. Biotechnology is the reason why the prosperous world is surviving better than us. And so the question is, we in Uganda, what are we doing? What are our scientists doing? Why are our farmers suffering? What are our universities doing? What is government doing? And that's precisely why biotechnology came on board, not only to increase production and productivity, but subsequently to reduce poverty. The more you can produce, the more you sell, the better off you are. And this goes back to the Millennium Development Goals, where poverty reduction is a priority. And you cannot do that if you are not self-sufficient. Food security, again, hunger reduction, Millennium Development Goal. How will people survive if there is not enough food? So, food security or hunger reduction is a priority as a result of biotechnology. Lower cost of production. As you know, that to produce, you need to control pests. You need to control weeds. You need to make water available. Can we afford irrigation? Can we afford to fertilize soil? Can we afford to control pests like the locusts and so on? For us, using biotechnology, if we had a capacity to have plants which, if locusts ate those plants, they would die. That's biotechnology. Instead of trying to do all these things which we have had a problem with. So indeed, food security, lowering costs of production, and lastly, a reduction of use of pesticides. The more pesticides you use in production, the more you destroy the environment. And so if you reduce spraying, these days when people are growing, and they're growing maize, they're growing anything, even oranges, you have to spray 2, 3, 4 times. Where do those pesticides go? They go to the soil, the water washes them, rain washes them, rainwater washes them, they go to the water system, it ends up where we are, ends up in the food chain. It's all very dangerous thing. So if we can have plants which can resist pests, we do not need to spray them. The moment food is owned by someone else, you beg. But if you own your own food, you can eat it any time you want. You can do what you want. So do we own our own production? Do we own and do we know the biotechnology which is used in crop science, in animal science, in human science, in to better health? For instance, nutrition, to increase nutrition, to make available certain minerals and vitamins in crops, which when we eat them, our health is better. And that's one of the things we try to do in Kawanda with bananas, to produce more vitamin A rich bananas, so that as people consume these bananas, they are more healthy. In other words, nutrient-rich products.
I had the opportunity to represent Uganda in the negotiations under the Convention on Biological Diversity, whose main objectives are the conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity, and then the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the sustainable use. Now, Uganda, of course, ratified the Convention on Biological Diversity, which was adopted in Rio de Janeiro in June 1992. And under this convention, there is a provision. There was already a concern globally about the developments in modern biotechnology or genetic engineering. And some people already thought there could be risks that could undermine, arising from the use of modern biotechnology, that could undermine the conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity. So under Article 8, subsection G of the Convention on Biological Diversity, parties to the convention were required to put in place mechanisms at national level to manage and minimize the risks to biodiversity that could arise from the development and use of modern biotechnology that arise from genetic engineering. But of course, this requirement was there. But at that time, this was 1992 and the early 90s, the level of knowledge and understanding of the products of modern biotechnology was still very limited, especially in developing countries. Now, the same convention in Article 19, Section 3, Convention on Biological Diversity, put a provision. They knew there would be shortcomings at national level for individual countries to go it alone. So they put a provision that parties shall consider the need for and the modalities of a protocol to especially govern the transboundary movements of living modified organisms resulting from modern biotechnology that may have an impact on the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and taking into consideration effects on human health. So in 1995, July, the Convention on Biological Diversity convened a meeting of all parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity. Even non-parties attended as observers. This is a meeting of experts on biosafety and biodiversity to consider this need for an international treaty or a protocol. The meeting was held in Madrid, Spain. I had the honor to represent Uganda in that meeting. And after 5 days of deliberations, the consensus was that indeed there was need for a protocol, an international treaty to govern the transboundary movements of living modified organisms resulting from modern biotechnology that may have an impact, a negative impact on the conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity, taking into account risks to human health. Now, this working group made a recommendation to the second meeting of the Conference of Parties that was to convene the same year in November, I think November 1995 in Jakarta, Indonesia. And the meeting of the Conference of Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, having considered the recommendation from this working group on biosafety, established an open-ended working group on biosafety to negotiate and elaborate this international protocol. So the negotiations took some time, and they were supposed to be concluded in the Colombian city of Cartagena, 1999. January. Then, but for some reasons, there were some disagreements with some countries not agreeing with what was the desire of the majority of the countries of the world. So the negotiations were suspended, and there were informal consultations that went on in between, both at the Africa region level and at global level. After some consultation, consensus was built that it was time to resume the negotiations. They were resumed in January 2000, and then the final text of what was called the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety was adopted in Montreal in January 2000. And of course, this protocol provides for many things, but including the Advanced Informed Agreement, which makes sure that before any living modified organism or genetically modified organism is transferred into a country or released into a country, especially if it is coming from outside, the country must be consulted and must give its consent in writing. That is what is called the Advanced Informed Agreement. Then, of course, there are also provisions on conducting risk assessment to make sure that is to inform the decision on whether or not to allow the living modified organism should be allowed in the country or not. Then, of course, risk management. If there are some identified risks, are they manageable? What risk management procedures is the country going to put in place? Are they sufficient to contain? Yeah. Now, as all these things were going on at international level, the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology was not closing its eyes and ears. They were seeing what was going on at international level. And in 1996, some prior consultations took place. A workshop to consult key experts. In 1996, a National Biosafety Committee was put in place, mainly to advise the country on how to deal with living modified organisms, and also to draft guidelines on how to deal with applications of living modified organisms. And as soon as this committee was formed, they also identified a gap in capacity. So they also recommended that we need to build our in-country capacity, not only to evaluate living modified organisms generated from elsewhere, but also to be able to identify our technological needs as a country and be able to generate our own biotechnology-based products that answer our development needs as a country.
For a long time, we have had what we call the Biosafety Committee, and that was responsible to ensure that the work we do in the labs is done in a safe way in terms of how people dress themselves up, how they dispose of their waste, how they dispose of their chemicals, how they dispose of their radiation. And we had a safety committee. But there have been more developments, and now we talk about the Institutional Biosafety Committee with the new developments, especially the developments around biotechnology. We are working with a lot of organisms that have been, where genes have been inserted, and also globally and internationally. I think now there's more talk about how do you regulate genetically modified organisms and recombinant DNA technology. And that, of course, now we're talking about pathogen economy. And I think if we're going to use our pathogens, Africa and Uganda, as many of these pathogens, microorganisms, diseases that we have, the president and the government says, how can we use this to build our economy? By being innovative, we innovate, we produce products that can be sold globally and internationally. It keeps saying that we sold our Ebola to others. Instead of us making a vaccine, others have made a vaccine using Ebola is ours, but others are making vaccines. We don't use pathogens only to treat and manage people, but also have in our mind how this can also bring in foreign exchange and money. Yeah, all of us, we are looking forward. Like my colleagues in agriculture, they have products which they can't release. They're still in the lab because the bill has not yet been passed on the GMO. I think this needs to be worked on very quickly. It can also affect us if we have products that we want to release or to use. If the bill is not passed, then it will hinder progress. I do thank the government and the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology for taking this on, mobilizing and making sure that we have a functional National Biosafety Committee and also on the ground Institutional Biosafety Committee. It is very good. We are prepared now. As we said, we are not moving back. We are moving forward. This technology has come. The technology, we are using it already. The technology will expand. So I really thank the National Council, and I hope that they will continue to support both at the national and institutional level. And also I thank them for the partnership we have created.
As you know, that research work on genetically engineered organisms is a regulated process, which is the regulator is the National Biosafety Committee, which is housed under the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. So as this is a regulated trial, I have worked closely with the NBC and the UNCST over these years to ensure compliance to biosafety regulations. These trials are approved with the special conditions, which vary from one crop to another. And for bananas, there are specific regulations that we have to comply with, and we are monitored by the NBC for compliance to these conditions which has been given to us. So in my experience, there has been a lot of learning, both between us as developers of the technology and also the regulators. But overall, in my assessment, I think it has been of much benefit that that interaction happened, because there are things which, as technology developers, we may take lightly or may think it is not a very important issue. But when we get these people who come from the regulator side, those small issues are actually very, very important in our experience. And it has helped us to grow and improve in the way we conduct research with genetically engineered organisms. So we are grateful. We are very grateful to the regulator, National Biosafety Council, and the inspectors who come from there, who sometimes come from different sets of organizations. We have representatives from universities, people who come from the legal department, from the Ministry of Constitutional Affairs. We have representatives who come to inspect us. We also have people from trade. We have people from health who are inspectors who come here. Others are veterinarians. So when they come here and observe and make their contributions to this kind of research, we benefit from it. That makes us answer the concerns of the general public with that representation of the NBC. So we have greatly benefited, and we have learned, and we appreciate the role that they play, just as they also understand the roles that we play. So we have worked together very well over the 25 years and developed a lot of capacity in this area. We are able to carry out genetic engineering with compliance in any area of science, technology, and innovation.
Do we understand biotechnology? Do we understand the science? Those who are doing it for us, are they doing the right thing? So our scientists must be well trained. We must know their capacity. We must know who's competent. We must know what comes in. We must test it. We must have good laboratories, and we must have very good SOPs. That's why the National Council for Science and Technology was playing the role of a regulator. When the Biosafety Committee started, one of the first things we did was to send people to do PhDs. For instance, the Deputy Director General of NARO, Dr. Baguma. He was one of our first persons we sent to Sweden, Uppsala, and a number of others. We sent them to train. And Baguma is an excellent biotechnologist. He understands science very well. The National Council for Science and Technology has to be aware that in science, in everything, there's what's called the continuum of knowledge. Continuum of knowledge. It does not stay static. New things come up every day, and you must be at the cutting edge of knowledge. That's why at the PhD level, to train those people, it is at the cutting edge of knowledge. What is happening in a laboratory in New York, in Japan, in the UK, in Cambridge, in Tokyo, you must know it, and you're here in Makerere. Cutting edge of knowledge. And you bring it to bear to your graduate students, PhD students. And that's why those people are not to be joked around with. Treat them well and they will give you the best that they can give you. So the National Council for Science and Technology must be aware that, I know they're mainly emphasizing policy, but policy is not everything. Policy is just a guide to action. That's what policy is. And the law regulates. From policy, you go to law, you can regulate things, so-called jurisprudence. But you must be aware that there are new things happening every other day. And in an explosion, there's an explosion of knowledge. So much so that we must continuously transform. I think going forward, the National Council for Science must make NBC a formal, regular committee of the National Council for Science and Technology. And by the way, it's the best functional committee. But it is not one of the statutory committees. It is not. Unfortunately. It's not one of the statutory committees. But it should be. And that's my hope, that the National Council for Science and Technology ensures that NBC becomes a statutory committee. They strengthen it. They ensure that it is active, and above all, they are current.
I have worked as a member of the National Biosafety Committee of the National Council of Science and Technology for about 5 years now. And my contribution is to see biosafety is about the safety of the people. And that's why it is very important to have the people you are saying you're protecting on the table. The science, yes, but increasingly the science is realizing that the social science is even extremely important. I have, for instance, participated in the NBC trials, like for cassava, like for potato. And even when you look at the testing, one of the things we struggled with was who is testing? Who is testing? Is it the consumers or the people within the agricultural area that has been restricted by the NBC? And the way, if you want legislation, you see consumers include members of parliament. We have struggled to pass the GMO, what they call the GMO bill, the genetically modified organs bill. And the problem is that the scientists have been speaking alone. And people, when they look at products that are not familiar, they tell you that is GMO. And that has swept the whole country, and nobody wants to listen to that bill. But it's important to get Parliament and the community to understand that this is also for their protection. If we don't have a bill, if we don't have a law, that means that anybody can give you anything and you will not be able to hold them accountable. So whatever the scientists are doing, it should be subjected to the community, to the users, to the people. Acceptance is an important principle of science. It's not even just a plain art. That the products you are working for, that the effort you are putting in is seen by the people as in their interest, and that the people have an input in whatever you are doing to be able to come together at the end and say, this is cassava, it is not harmful, it is in my interest, and even if it is a genetically modified. People should be able to understand that, for instance, whatever looks different, the big bananas, the big mangoes, the big onions, the big apples, people say that is GMO. You'll be surprised to see that even members of Parliament say that the different one is the GMO. So it's very important to bring all of us on board and to have a representation at the NBC in order to be able to get acceptance and to move together as a country. If you even look at the vaccines, for instance, we have a lot of resistance to vaccines because people don't understand it. People have not been part of it. People here, and there's a lot of information. That is the other danger. There's a lot of information out there that is not science, that is misleading. And that is the one that most people get. However, I think that those of us who represent, for instance, the community at the NBC, we need to be able to have a forum to speak to the bigger audience of the community. When you represent people, you should be able to go back to them and tell them. I, for instance, had an input into the GMO bill at Parliament. I was asked by Parliament to go and make a presentation on what we think as consumers. And it was very enlightening, even for me to understand where they are coming from and to go back and report at the National Biosafety Committee and tell them this is what Parliament has said, this is what they think, these are their concerns, and they need to be addressed.
For me, what is a law? A law is an instrument of government which will regulate and enable the practice and execution of certain principles consistently and easily without interpretations being so varied. You've just mentioned if we had NEMA say something, we had the Minister of Agriculture say something, Wildlife say something, another body say something. How many laws are those already? and whose interests are they? A law galvanizes interest into one, okay, and allows unison performance and allows things to be done at the same time. It is true that there are many laws in terms of jurisprudence. There are many laws which touch something about this and that and that. But the law we are talking about technology biosafety law is supposed to galvanize, uniformize, standardize, and ensure that the practice is the same. Because the environment, productivity, health, economics, because trade is important, economics comes in, and all those things are really actors at the side, implementing certain things. But there has to be someone central. It's just like we have many districts in this country. Why do we need a president? Just one president. He must oversee and regulate everything, ensure that what happens in all these districts, and moreover, even in those districts, there are RDCs. Then there are other small local governments and so on, working together. That is what that law is supposed to do. The biotechnology law or biotechnology biosafety law would enhance the collaboration, unison. It would ensure that we would reach the destination together quickly and together. And that's why in the biosafety committee, there's a member from NEM. There's someone from trade. There's someone, all those people are members of the committee, biosafety committee. There's someone from agriculture, from health, from universities, from research institutions, from farmers, from the public. In terms of all those people are brought in, and they should be able to go and feedback. Those countries which have not had a uniform law like the US, there were already laws, and I'm telling you the way those people work, you'll find that there are subcommittees which are essentially like our biosafety committees. I'll tell you that you'll find there is a committee on poisons, yeah? National Committee on Poisons. Then you'll find there's a committee, subcommittee on food poisons. There's a subcommittee, drug poisons. They all work together and they eventually report the same body. So the methods of work in those countries is because they have systems working. For us here, we don't have systems. People want to work on their own. And the laws are the ones which will bring systems to bear. Okay? So long as we do not have one law which people will follow. Just look at the roads. If they said you can drive on the right, you can drive on the left, you can drive zigzag, you can, so long as you reach where you are. One would want to ask the question, why do we need a road safety law? When there are panya roads, there are tarmac roads, there are highways, there are what? It has to be uniform. So those countries have these type of biosafety laws, but they have been worked in such a way that in their systems they are working. Okay? But when you are a new entity, you don't have to begin doing what they are doing. You now start where they are. Because even the Americans will eventually have a biosafety law. They will eventually have it. Yeah. But because the other things are now working, they say, oh, what the heck, we can manage. Because for them, there is public acceptance. They trust their scientists in the first thing. In the US, they trust their scientists. For us here, we don't trust our scientists. And you know why we don't trust them? We don't own them. The research work in this country is owned by foreigners. Uganda government must take it by the bull, take the bull by the horn and own research in this country. The research work in Makerere, I was at the center of it. I was the director of graduate studies and research for 5 years in Makerere, from 1999 to 2003. 5 years. I negotiated money from NORAD, from Sida Sarek, all these things you hear about. This cipher, when we send the Bagumas there, I was the director of graduate studies in Makerere, ensuring that we look for money. I got $15 million linked to Makerere. Government was giving 100,000 shillings by then, 1999. 100 million shillings. That's the money I was getting from government in Makerere to do research. That SIDA was giving 5 million, 10 million, 15 million. Look at the impact. You go to Makerere, or the medical school, which was a serving institution. Now it's a research-led institution. Go to agriculture, go to engineering, go to vet, even social sciences. That was my influence when I was there, looking for money to ensure that we own research in this country. If we do not own research in this country, we are deceiving ourselves. Other people will own it, they will tell you what to do. They will tell you what to do. They will have their own interests. We rather start small but serious. Serious, consistent, reliable, always there. A scientist does not need a lot of money. He needs small comfort and to do his job or her job consistently, without worry, without disturbance. They will sit in those labs up to 3 a.m. So long as they have their house, they have their transport, they can take their children to school, they can eat well, those small things, which is not too much. And here our best scientists are in the village. They're in rural areas. They are not being brought to the center. For me, I'm a village.
NARU's mandate is to provide oversight, coordinate agricultural research in the areas of crops, livestock, fisheries, and forestry. In the year 2003, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, opened the first biotechnology lab in Kawanda. And basically at that time was to look and navigate ways on how basic can improve on a breeding kind of program. And as we all know, when it comes to genetic engineering, it's one of the toolkits that respond very, very well from anecdotal data that we have. You're looking at how best you can increase, say, like yield. You're looking at the tool that can be used to empower the plant in order to make the plant actually more resilient to the environment, becoming more so like immune to pests and disease kind of infection and infestation. Then again, the element of fighting what we call the hidden hunger, like micronutrients, especially vitamin A, zinc and iron. And again, also in cassava, we do realize that cassava too is a very rich source of carbohydrates. And one of the fundamental areas is like one of the largest consumed food crops, especially to supply carbohydrates, rank after bananas in this country. When you look at the quality of the products, we realize actually you can also introduce the genes for beta carotene to make it look yellow like carrots. And by so doing, you're more so like looking at aspects of fighting lack of vitamin A, just like the way we did it to sweet potato to come with orange fresh sweet potato. But again, we also wanted to really see the versatility of this new tool called genetic engineering. When it comes to genetic engineering, modern tools have come up. Today we're talking about genome editing. And now the key question has been posed, is genome editing part of also like genetic modification, which should actually be considered under the genetic engineering regulatory authority or the biotechnology, biosafety kind of activities to be passed. And here we're looking at non-inclusion of any foreign matter into the plan itself. So I think it's being very unfair to our scientists. The element of even regulation again, you look at aspects. In the event you don't have the law, and then you happen to bring somebody else, bring out any genetically modified organism here, there's no law to stop that person. But if you have a law on biosafety or biotechnology, then you can regulate. You apply all the possible avenues that are there to enable things that actually happen in this country. But to me, I think we are still being very, very blind in one or another. So to my plea is to the relevant authorities. In the event we find maybe some deficiencies in the current genetic engineering regulatory bill, why don't you give it back to the scientists? We revisit it and see how best we can add value to it. And then again, we also look at other emerging technologies that are coming up. But to me, when it comes to technologies, we come up with toolkits to see the easiest way you can come with a product within a very short time, very efficiently, low cost, and then again, its effectiveness for the purposes it's intended. Otherwise, having no law at all, I think it's a problem. It's just a time bomb.
As a biosafety expert, I really appreciate the role of biosafety, ensuring compliance with biosafety. And I really appreciate the importance of having a biosafety framework. And by having a biosafety framework, I mean, we need to have the laws, we need to have the regulations and guidelines, we need to have the institutional frameworks, we need to have the capacity, and we also need to have very good communication systems to support the ongoing work. And so as a person with this experience, I really want us as a government, as a country, to ensure that we support a comprehensive framework. There is the option of using existing laws. So let us see how we can provide for this biosafety in the existing laws or in a new law, which will then guide the regulations and the guidelines that are going to be used for this technology. One thing is for sure, we are not going to deal away with the technology. The technology is already with us. So what we need to do is to make sure we have the right legislations, we have the right guidelines and regulations, we develop the capacity. And as a country, we have done a very good job with capacity building, because we even have universities that are training people in biosafety, in biotechnology. We also have a number of scientists that have gone out and come back who can actually support this system. But we need to make sure we greatly improve the way we are communicating with the people. All our stakeholders, starting from the policymakers all the way to the farmers, and help them to appreciate the importance of biosafety and the importance of having the systems that will ensure that we comply with the requirements of the biosafety, not only for us as a country, but also because some of these products we are working with, they are going to end up on international markets. So let us ensure that we comply with the biosafety to protect our people to protect our environment, but also to boost our competence on international markets.
The ministry has been participating in a number of activities that are led by the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. And these activities mainly relate to issues of genetically modified organisms, and specifically the crop subsector where we have competences. And here when we talk about the competences in the crop subsector, we mainly look at the phytosanitary concerns related to biotech products and crops for that case. And for the case of the crops that are under test, for the case of Uganda, we have a number of crops, and these crops we have participated from the point when the trials started to where we are now. And what we do, we provide support, we provide inspectorate services for the inspection of these confined feed trials and all the trials that are ongoing in the country. And we, as I earlier on alluded to, our main concern is phytosanitary. And phytosanitary, we look at the plant health concerns. In simple terms, these are plant health concerns. And the plant health concerns under the provisions of international sanitary and phytosanitary measures, what we focus on is we consider the genetically modified organisms as to have potential plant health effects on other commodities. Policy is not keeping pace with science. And I think that is the same message that holds with the, that I would still give to the National Biosafety Committee. There are several innovations that are coming up. We have the gene editing technologies. I don't know in the provisions of the proposed legal framework whether we have those technologies, the emerging technologies that require that in the normal circumstances you may not have considered as biotech, but with the advancement of science, there are several technologies that are upcoming, and we need to keep abreast with these technologies. So a message to the National Biosafety Committee, we congratulate you first of all that you've done an excellent job in the past 25 years, but as we look at the future, and especially with biotech, there is a lot of advancement in science, and we need to really up our game. We need to make extra efforts to interest ourselves in these new technologies and how best we can regulate them. I know we don't have a complete regulatory framework in place, and that's one of the biggest challenges that we really are grappling with as a country. But going forward, I would really encourage you to the National Biosafety Committee to really interest themselves in seeing how best they can work with researchers to churn out these technologies and have them available to the farmers.
Omukyaro kyarwe bitete kirukushango mu district ya Cyuruhura notunge kishani cyitendekereri government kurabiro ministry ya science na technologia heriyo mukombe kobwe rukuteba no mu kiroto cye2020 icyo kutungura by'amakorero
kongera kutyaza abantu abashimira ibintu bya science abokwekozesa abokwesa so neza kugira nkamataji mushanju yahwire yakatandika umwaka gw'2019 tekeza muneza kutwara nk'imyaka 5 of course umurimo mwihango no kuombeka nkegisente bari mbombeka harwe bitete ndijo mbaza kujombeka namamve konke mpango munonga neje harwe bitete mu district ya Kiruhura.
Project ejene yombekwa ba Avic International Company y'aba China kandi hari billion 5 zera amare ho 2095 government kazeguzo mu ihanga rya China.
Employment creation is an aspect that we intend to address.
Okay. Yes, good afternoon once again. We welcome you back from the lunch break. Thank you so much for also being a part of that session. We are requesting all of us to settle in for the next session as we yet again discuss the next topics relating to industrialization, biotechnology, public engagement, and we shall also have a panel discussion. Okay, we are ready and set to start for yet the next session. So allow me to invite the next chair. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the session is in progress. Thank you. Okay, let me take the privilege to welcome the next session chair. He is Professor Oboya Chinyera Sam. He's the Deputy Chairperson of the National Planning Authority. He's a professor of physics, specializing in material science, and with a vast teaching experience of 37 years. He has been a visiting scientist at the Department of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering at Princeton University in the US. Professor, we are privileged to have you as our next session chair, and you're very welcome to take to the podium to set us rolling. Join me to welcome Professor.
Good afternoon. My name is, as you have been told, I'm called Professor Oboya Chinyera Sam. I work as the Deputy Chairperson of National Planning Authority. I've been requested to chair this session, which was supposed to have started at 2:30. I think we are now time bad. Now, under this session, we have 4 items, 2 presentations, and then a panel discussion session. And that we shall wind up with a communiques on science, technology, innovation, regulation. That will be done towards the end. The panel discussion will be moderated by Gabriel Guma. So to set us off, the first paper the first presentation is entitled Enablers for Effective Science, Technology, and Innovation-Led Industrialization. The presenter of this paper is none other than Professor Kabasa, John David of Makerere University, College of Veterinary Medicine, Animal Resources, and Biosecurity. I want to give you a brief biography of Professor Kabasa. He is a distinguished university professor, formerly member of Makerere University top management, principal of the College of Veterinary Medicine, Animal Resources, and Biosecurity, COVAT, development worker, servant leader, and transformer. Professor Kabasa has a very long CV, and if I have to read all of them, I may need another 30 minutes, and that would eat into so much of our time. So whoever may need to know much more about him, I believe these informations are on his website. You can take time and then find out all about him. I'm doing all that because of time. We don't have the time. We have lost the time. So not to waste so much time, can I now invite Professor to come and make up the presentation? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished scientists, technologists, innovators. John David Kabasa are my names. And thank you very much for that introduction. Is the technology set so that I begin? I need an orientation so that there's a lot of technology going on, so I need to be sure I'm sufficiently exposed. I'm discussing this subject, which I have decided to interpret how to enable an effective STI-led industrialization. Knowing the kind of people you are, the only thing is to do is to give you some ingredients for further reflection. I would like to acknowledge all those who support this work. They have mentored us. Some of them are here, and they continue to make Uganda a better place. I thank you very much. On the theme, there is a word sustainability. And I just thought I should bring it home so that you visualize properly in your mental map. This younger man could be your son or your grandson. Most likely the one looking on the other side is yours. But if you look at where are we coming from and where are we now, then you say, where are we going? Then the question of sustainability comes in. So if you look at where you were 40 years ago, most likely you identify with some of these pictures. And where you are now, You look very different, as you can see us. You also look at your children and grandchildren, they are looking slightly different. But when you look 50 again, will they be like this? This is what sustainability is about. If we are enjoying what we are enjoying, and we are taking safe water, clean water, a green environment, that is how it should be. So that is the context within which I perceive this conversation. When I was asked, I have only one main message. The STI Uganda system, reorganize your ladders for climbing. We have just been talking about the future. Reorganize your ladders. So I was asked to look at what are those enablers that are going to help us to climb this wall and ensure that 50 years, 100 years from now, we will still be able to look, our children and grandchildren will be looking like the other one I just showed. A lot of ladders do exist. I'll make effort to highlight the summary of how these ladders could be reorganized. So that we say how to enable. So it doesn't matter. There are a lot of discussions, we have talked a lot of resources and so on. And when I came in, I picked some of the things, and I thought people were talking about the ladders that I was also thinking about. What is required now is to reorganize the ladders. Are we configured for reorganizing the ladders, or we are not? And you find most of our headaches is just people are not ready to reorganize the ladders and get over. If we arrange these ladders very well, you'll find that most of us will be able to climb and get to the time we are talking about. Informality in Africa is the word which summarizes the ladders you saw behind. Everything is informal. Those ladders were just disorganized. You can climb, but they were put in so many different ways. Systematization of the ladders is the main challenge to the African people. Informality, lack of systematization is a time-honored culture. This is African culture. Systematization in the use of time, people say, this is African time. So we start at 8, but actually we meant to start at 11. This is informality. And I want to dwell on this point a little bit. Informal simply means that you are not targeted. People who are informal have no specific targets. Secondly, they are not intentional. A moment you begin to be systematic, you must be targeted and you must be intentional. Now, in the case of our economy, trees, mangoes, all these you have there, say, damera donka. One of the common sayings in one of my languages. The trees just grew for themselves. They just found themselves there. A commodity is there. It is a primary commodity given. I heard that nature, God has given us. A target by man's knowledge, which God has given him, to systematize the order of these trees so that you have an organized environment with the same trees is lacking. Just look at our landscapes where we are. Disjointed, fragmented. That's what I call informal. You just move like this, that somehow you will find your way somewhere. They are moving and somehow they'll get somewhere. And somebody was describing some of the things that we have in our ecosystem here.
This is what we call informality. Now, peasantry is an informality. This is the culture which is time-honored, and the people who are in this informality, they just don't see the problem. And we are fruits of this informality, so we also are struggling to come out. I hope that the next generation out of us will be more systematized. And when you try to systematize anything to come from a culture, you are in trouble. And that's what you're talking about, that science, technology, and innovation. Innovations are not in a silo of a culture. So you talk about change, you are now talking about innovation, creating a new value out of, I will come to that point. Uganda is predominantly informal. I've decided to dwell on the word informal. This is the statistic from WUBOS. 80% of national economic activities are informal. They are not systematically linked to a targeted accumulation of wealth. No. A moment you are getting wealth by chance, you have no target. You are among the informal groups of people that are getting wealth in an unsystematized manner. Some get it by chance because there is a salary. But if you ask them, do you have a target of having some 200 million every year? No. Somehow they are lucky. So the salary is there. It will give me something. 60% of the skills and innovations generated are done informally. 75% of the employment is informal. 54% of the GDP is informal. Therefore, this is a country of informality. Now, the question then is, if you are in an informality ecosystem, can't I contend that the STI system in Uganda is largely informal? Go and discuss. This is an informal system because it is superintending an informality. It is pumping innovations into an informality. There is no way you target to create wealth and you remain in a peasantry logic. Industrialization is about a systematic process of wealth creation, multiplication, and accumulation. That is industrialization. There are no people who set up industries in informalities. Ladies and gentlemen, you are talking about STI-led industrialization. You are meaning that we must move from a system of informalities in STI to a targeted STI. So what are our targets as STI? So if you're talking about industrialization, so which industry, which wealth do we want to contribute as scientists? The logic of informality and systematization. Go to any country which is talking about industrialization and you'll find an informal industrialization. It doesn't exist. Therefore, this immediate socioeconomic revolution that you need here is a transformation of informality. And for somebody to decide to be, it's a decision. You will not come out of informality if you don't make a decision. It's like preaching the gospel. You are a sinner, chained by informality. Repent, come here. We pray for you, and you go back and say, I have left informalities. I'm now going to set my target and put the roadmap to get to that target. That is my summary of peasantry. So we talk about industrialization, ladies and gentlemen. That is something we must think about. So in the last, I think 1-2 years, HE and has guided. He works a fresh model of targeted STI delivery. This is targeted. This means move away from informalities of sporadic research, generation of some maize, generation of some chicken, and then you stop there. We have something we have published, then you stop there. What were you targeting? Systematic delivery of STI. And this is anchored in 9 pillars. I'm sure this has been discussed today in the morning, but I just brought it back as I discussed targeted approach to things, intentional, with a clear. So if we are targeting to export, what is STI going to do? Then we come up and then we start to fund. If we are targeting to accelerate productivity in a district X, what are we going to do as narrow? We cannot be in a situation of informality moving across the districts all over the year. We must decide and say, we are going to change 3 districts in the next 5 years using this model and this product, changing that district into an exporter of whatever, cocoa and so on. We are going to systematize the process with the households, and our STI is going to be driven there. And these 9 have been put in place. Away from an informality of research. Shift from a commodity-based to an industrial value chains socio-economic model. An informality system is based on commodities. I have some chickens running around. These ones have goat, these ones have this. They're all just running around. They will pick and so on. Informal systems. But the moment you say, I want to sell 10,000 chickens every year, and that's what every household is saying, then all of them will say, how do we take them? We must deal with the disease of informality. Commodity-based economies are an informality. When you begin to create the industrial value chain to add value, you are systematizing, maximizing what you want. Commodities, you will sell for a century, like we have done. There are few jobs and development benefits. The formula for amplifying the value from that commodity is to expand the industrial value chain of that commodity. Use science to unpack the molecules that are in that commodity and create new products. The industrial value chain STI model is therefore the key formula for amplification of value, and therefore answers the issue of industrial value chain development that we are talking about. This is the same practice elsewhere. Wheat has been stopped. Where is STI now to unpack the products that we have here, carbohydrates and so on, and come up with a new formula of bread? STI-driven model of value amplification. We must demystify. Does my eldest sister, who is far older than me, understand what I mean by science, technology? They are the voters sending the MPs. Do they understand? So I have put my own simple version, and we are free to debate this. But let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this is the core of breaking the slavery that we have. Knowledge is only possible when signals are transferred from me to you. And you have a receptor there called the brain. So far, what I've been discussing here, There's empirical evidence that you have seen what is there. You have received my energy from here, and this energy combined has been processed by you to create knowledge. You're already having a lot of ideas and you are thinking. The thinking process to process external signals that are coming from nature is the process of knowledge creation. Science is a systematic process of creating knowledge from what we have in our environment. So you get a body of knowledge, you organize it, but also the process. But when I get this knowledge about cassava, and I begin to use the same brain, unpacking the nature of that, which is still knowledge, I come with a product. The novel product I will come with from this new material is a technology. Therefore, by simple logic, technology is a knowledge product, which is value addition to the signals that I've got, and I create a product. The brain is manifest in the product. The innovations come when I add more value to the technologies and I get more products. Therefore, science, technology, and innovation are a knowledge value chain. The scientists have to come to, we in Africa have to come to agree that this is a knowledge. Our mistake has been just getting knowledge so that they describe for you how the photosynthesis works, but you don't go ahead to use that process to manipulate and begin to create a technology out of it. So you now have industrial starch production using photosynthesis in the lab. People are talking of creating babies in the labs. What have they done? Just unpacking the processes of nature and create either a technology or an innovation. The knowledge value chain explains the knowledge economy. We must have the science and create the products of knowledge, either technologies or an innovation. Knowledge is embedded in all of you, are all moving libraries. When we come together, like today, we are co-creating knowledge. A moment we stay in silos, knowledge creation becomes a problem. These are fundamental errors we have made, and we must come out of this if we are going to talk of a knowledge economy. Uganda's STI, when I took the torch briefly, based on that definition, and then I said, they are all consuming STI everywhere. All this you see here is STI, knowledge products. There's nothing here which has not come out of knowledge. Everywhere we are consuming, but where is it coming from? Predominantly imported. The domestic STI cannot even be found here. The domestic technologies that have been here are largely informal, where we say, why? The people who make them, how much science do they have? How much have you trained them? The domestic technology and innovation that we have here of a sound level is found in a few industries, research institutions. The regulation, as I found here, is limited, the support is limited, the standards are limited. The agency which we have is largely on bio-STI. The physical STI, where you get all this nature and begin to make products out of knowledge, is very weak, largely. Therefore, the STI OP system, which we have now, the Secretariat, has been mandated to reconstruct and help to build a pillar which is balanced with the bio and the physical, and hence, beginning with those 9 pillars. A few highlights. You want to innovate, you must think about a good policy, which is the house which is going to give you the rules of the game, how you move. As long as you are in an informality, you just move anywhere. I saw some of the videos here describing what happens around. You are supposed to move this direction, others are moving this way. Informality. The culture of the people, what do they value? A culture of informality will not give us the products we want to get to the market. The money, of course, the infrastructure that we need, and you'll have the innovation, of course, the skills, and so on. I have therefore tried to summarize what I think are those elements that will construct a sustainable and holistic national STI system, which is going to exude the knowledge products, the science, whether in the form of a book or publication. Most of us here are doing very well in knowledge products in journals. Do they radiate into the value chain, the industrial value chain? In most cases, we are only disclosing the information, then people pick it and use it. You talk about the harbors you have here, somebody comes and picks the sample and takes the bioresource and starts making. Pillar number one, you need to have the vision of an STI-led industrialization. This means targeted. There is no way you can talk about industrial without target. So we must, as scientists, agree and say we have tried to target, but we have been guided on the 9 pillars. So with that guidance, the few who form that nucleus can now form innovation platforms the way we are seated here. And we begin to create knowledge and begin to see the pathway for generating technology and innovations that are going to. A clear end state. If you don't know where you're going, you'll go anywhere. And that's what we call informality. You're somehow going here, but you'll go this way, and finally you'll get somewhere. 2, how are you going there? This has been to be prescribed and agreed on by ourselves. The theory of change. Organize your ladders. The ladders cannot just be like this, competing for money to use with ladders that are pointing in different directions. So people will begin to think, is this the right way to invest? There has to be a compelling vision and a compelling arrangement of ladders, which will take to everybody, and everyone says, yes, we are getting there. We have to do it, or we don't. If we don't, we will continue to have challenges. The STI system for all, not bio resource. So the 9 pillars have been given as a starting point. The ideology, the system of thinking, we have to agree on the creed. When you say, I'm a Muslim, everybody will say, are you practicing the other 5 pillars? I practice only 1 out of what? 5. They already know where you belong. We say you are a Catholic, they ask you, are you practicing? The central dogma, the central creed of STI nationally, the fundamentals have to be defined. This is what we used to see. You cannot simply come up with anything to come in. So we are arguing, for example, we need a law. But what is the central dogma for that law? If we have a confusing central dogma to the leaders of the country, then they will also say, I think using this lens, 1, 2, 3, it has passed. We can now get this law. And take me again. I am simply contributing knowledge, a reflection. So the fundamentals of a national STI, which drive the configuration of scientists. When you wake up, any scientist in Uganda say that is STI from Uganda. That is a scientist from Uganda. But you say, this is a science from Burundi. This is from Naliri. Do they have anything which they call the creed? And are they practicing it? No. The theory of change, I just want to highlight the policy drivers, the technology foresight, looking ahead. What do we need 10, 20, 30, 40, 100 years from now? Kampala is projected to be 40 million in 100 years from now. What technology will you be doing? Robots are already doing a lot of things of operations. What science are we talking about? And so on and so forth. How do we reorganize? I was in Israel, and I found people making a strategic plan for 100 years. 100 years strategic plan. And here we are making 10 years, 20, 30, 5. It is a big improvement now that we are talking of, we had one of about 30. So we now have segments of it. There's 100, 200. Where shall we be? People think we shall be on Mars. What are the Ugandans saying? With all these resources? So the policy environment now, this must be anchored in something which I'm going to present. And then these feed into the entire innovation system where all of us are operating, and we shall generate the product that go to economic growth. We shall generate the industries that we are talking about, and we shall generate the competitiveness that we are looking for. We need to sit down and discuss these things when we have sufficient time. I'm only throwing ideas for. Now, you are building with a fragmented system. You need an aggregator system. This is the next pillar. The aggregator system means there's an aggregator, and then you have all others linked in a systematic manner to avoid the informality. So there must be some bonding mechanisms coordinated by good coordination mechanism and the network of STI. This network should have the rules of the game, how they collaborate, and so on. And in the last 1 year, there was a pilot of that when we were handling the pathogen economy experiment, making vaccines. How do we do this? Different scientists participated on aggregate, and they said, oh, there are some lessons that can be learned. We can build on this to get the aggregator system. But when you get the aggregator system, it will run very well when you have the governance system, which I found here, and I'm excited that you were talking what I have aligned. So the governance system, who is making the rules, who is executing, who is enforcing, who is monitoring? You can't make, then execute, then monitor. When you analyze, you just see some of this informality in the system. These are remnants of informality, which we have to move from. If we are going to talk about STI-led industrialization, industrialization is not for informality. We are either willing to systematize or we are not. Infrastructure. When you have the rules, then you must have the football pitch. Where will you play the football from? You will find there are a lot of incubation centers, private. There are a lot of research centers, private. There are a lot of research centers, public. There are a lot of universities, but many of them are suffering from informality. You go there, they're not meeting any standards. They are moving, they do some research. So I made this, I tested, and so on. So, did you follow a protocol? The result of the knowledge from this laboratory is only sufficient for publishing. Beyond that, to create a knowledge product at the level of technology and innovation, no. We have to make decisions if we are serious about sustainability. Or we keep talking about it, and we ruin the future of our children. The human capital development and management system. How do you mold? If you take a young man, a young woman, through the labs, the biotech labs at Kawanda, and you bring them in the biotech labs at Makerere, and you take that one in another module in the labs at UVRI, and you take the person in the labs at Mulago, and you take the person, this person will have gotten what we call knowledge from experience. And if you systematize this knowledge, you are going to produce a better science. We have the facilities. But the curricula that we have within the silo of informality keeps us in our systems and we produce ill-baked graduates. How do we want to do this? The financing, yes, there are very many people who are patriotic about Africa, and they are very willing to get $10 million, 100 million put in endowment fund. But you can only do that in a systematically organized STI system, not one of an informality where you put, you will find the hand has passed through, has picked. So the network of excellence has to be very clear. Then people will put in money. There are so many people committed to help the African people. But the scientists who have the key have to put themselves to order. The network of excellence, moving us from this informality of publications, wherever we are moving, presenting and so on, this is good. But we need to have a coordinated mechanism to ensure that the network of excellence in Uganda, we are logging into what is at Soroti, we are logging at what is at Inaro, and we are logging at what is Kira Motors, and you are logging at what is in the industries, all saying we need knowledge, we need the technology, we need the product. These are the ones you have here. You have baptized them another word, but all this science, technology, and innovation. The informatics, the data in such an STI network of excellence with the nodes of data collection integrated from wherever we are, coordinated at the STI Secretariat, will give us the opportunity to log in from wherever we are and see what we are doing, curate this information, analyze it with all these well-learned people we have, translate it to knowledge, package that knowledge, take it on the market as a product. How many books can we write on cassava in this country? There are so many. But you don't have a mechanism of curating this information, translating into books. You find the children are learning in primary, secondary, up to university, reading books, biology by McKean, ecology from Western, all the ecology is here. The STI system is going to resolve the problem of undernourishing children in secondary schools across the value chain of building scientists. This is one of the functions we should advocate for in this network of excellence with a coordination mechanism, the aggregator system that we are talking about. As data is collected, we must be able, and products are coming out, we must be able to do total quality management. So how is the total quality management system across the entire system organized? Who designs the standards? Some isolated few scientists, well-learned and so do it. But thereafter, they are in an informality. Get out of the informality and help us to get into the formal so that the country can move. We are all good wherever we are, but the informality is killing. No STI, which will come out of this very well-organized system, will proceed in a sustainable manner if the marketing system to promote the consumption of the product is not there. This is why China is coming here. He's supporting to give loans so that you have roads. After that, they tell the people who are distributing the technology from there to come here. So you buy China chairs, you buy all these products that they have and so on, robots and all kinds of things, which science here can do. They did the marketing in their STI system. Why are we not organizing ourselves to move away from an informality? Organize under this new vision that we have been given. Then you have the input system. The traditional supply system, which we have tested on the market, for example, procurement, you know. You are buying an enzyme, which is coming, and a certain chain of unaware technocrats are sitting discussing the fate of this enzyme. They don't know where the enzyme is going to be. They don't know what the equipment is going to do. The equipment is costing $1 million, but they're just explaining. Systematization of the input system. Where is it coming from? How long should it take? Is the coordination mechanism fully aware and helping us to ensure that these products are coming? I see an opportunity in the new direction that has been given by HE. The mission to systematize, move away from informality to formal STI ecosystem. From informal to formal STI systems. And therefore, fast track the translation of STI into industrial value, opportunities, employment, and all other development benefits that go along with this. This is my summary of my understanding of this new vision, a fresh vision, which is saying industrialization. Move away from informality. And we need to make that decision, ladies and gentlemen. The times of turbulence at STI and MOSTI are very clear in the country. The greatest danger normally is when the turbulence is running for you to act with yesterday's logic. So the aircraft has run mad, but we are using the same logic of yesterday. So the aircraft moves in the same direction and goes the wrong way. We need, ladies and gentlemen, to accept the new vision we have been given and say, move away from informality, superintending and pumping inputs into an informal system that has no capacity to absorb the technology, to absorb the science, to absorb the innovation and process it. This is the problem of peasantry. It cannot process. You pump, you put, it cannot process. And they're saying, how do you now, ladies and gentlemen, science, how do we now go with the science to the community, help to support the parish development model, for example? How do you help these parties? They have cancer, help to put them like this. They need science. Demystify the science. Take the appropriate technology. Take the innovation. Take the STI system there. We can brainstorm on this and come up with something. And you are part of the process. Get to Chira Motors. They are struggling. Let this border. They are here. Millions are being spent, money is going outside. Where are the engineers who say we can actually reverse engineer this? Unpack it, work out and challenge the minister, who I heard said we have some post-mortem places, mortuary, technologies are lying somewhere. And I think she's in pain. She's saying, progress these emerging seeds of STI to industrial value and move. And this is the call, ladies and gentlemen. So therefore, the system of thinking, we must learn to think. Do not assume that because you have a brain, you are actually thinking well. We need to think well. Thinking differently, and this is the diversity. When we sit there, you find that just debating at that table with all these brains, a new product quickly comes up. Who bewitched us that we cannot come to bring this knowledge and create a new product? Learning it to unlearn under this time of turbulence, when people say, what happens next? Get everybody who is in this to sit down, unlearn, relearn, repackage, and say, a new STI, we cannot work. Even those who were there, and we cannot work. We all stand, we can create something new. That is urgent. that a new logic is embraced and we begin to think differently. We have to reimagine. Don't say, this is how research is done in Kenya. This is how research is done in USA. This is Uganda, 200 years. You are doing like in USA, you are still in an informality. Please, let us rethink, reimagine, and create something new. As we do that, the most urgent thing is for us to reset the entire ecosystem so that there are new opportunities created for young people. Just that discussion I've been talking about, reconstructing a learning mechanism means a new institute. Reconstructing an informatics system for the country means a new system. From just those things pillars have raised are so many jobs which we the seniors cannot do. But in this reconstruction lies new opportunity along these pillars. And let people work there. Mindset setting, utilizing failure. Failure as a bridge of honor. Yes. He came when I'm finishing. I knew he was about. Mind, setting the mind afresh. We failed here. We progressed well here. The mistake of the ordinary brain is failure is a problem. Failure is a bridge. It is a point of knowledge creation and innovation of something new. So if we failed here, how do we reconstruct? Leadership is critical. Show the way, go the way. Just a moment. The time is spent. Okay. I had finished the last slide and saying that the leadership that we need now from all of us is to reconstruct these pillars, show the way, go the way, and stay the way. This business of showing the way like a signpost and you leave us there and you go away is not right. Show us the way, start going there and stay there so that we are able to see consistency and we are able to learn some lessons. Some of the things that we have been able to do, we have been able to do because we have gone the way, stayed the way, and learned and improved things. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Can we give a second round of applause? I think that has been a very good presentation. Of course, I've been interrupted here and there. There are a few things that he pointed out, which I want probably to give an highlight of. He talked about moving away from informality, from doing things, to doing things formally. And he went on to saying that that requires us reorganizing the way things should be done. And he told us about what STI is all about. That is a knowledge value chain, which eventually constitutes what we call knowledge economy. I think that was a powerful statement he made. And then he went on to saying that the STI as we have it today, they are imported. That the STI as we have it around is imported, and therefore he advocates for home-based STI. And then how do we do it? I think he made a statement by saying, in order for us to achieve all that, we need to move away from working in silos, begin to work with one another in order to achieve all this. So those are the four things that I picked up from his presentation. The next presentation is going to be by Dr. Barbara Ngwanya Jawede, And then the title of that presentation is Science, Technology, and Innovation, Communication and Public Engagement. And as you might have noticed, we are running out of time. This presentation was planned for 30 minutes. So what we're going to do, we're going to request her to make it in just 10 minutes. Is that too much? Cutting from 30 to 10, and I mean, we don't have the time unless we are prepared to stay up to 7. Is that possible? So how much time do you need other than 10? 15. Maybe I give, do I need to give a background? I mean, the biography of the presenter now that we have so much time. So if you have the time again, you can go to her website and find out all what she's about. So Barbara, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to make a presentation titled Science Communication and Public Engagement in Science, Technology, and Innovation. We all know why we communicate, but it's important for us to appreciate that there are different ways of communicating in science and technology. Many cases, what happens is that most of us scientists focus on scientific communication. And what does that mean? We focus on communicating the new knowledge we have generated with the purpose of targeting other scientists and not communicating for the purpose of focusing on the public and the consumers who are the recipients of the products and the services we are generating as scientists. Sorry, these screens are not working. Oh, they've come on. So when we are doing science communication, the purpose is to support informing, consulting, and getting input from the consumers and those who are going to be users of the technologies or of the science, technology, and innovations. Therefore, it's always very important that we start by talking about the why. When we are talking as scientists, we always start with the background and all these kind of things. But when we are talking to the public, we need to start by telling them why. Why should they care about what you are talking about? And without being very insulting or anything, you note that always as scientists, we start by justifying why our science is important to us, the scientists, and not to the public or the consumers. And then when you are doing communication, once you have understood why you want to communicate and for what reason you want to target the audience, you need to determine who your audience is. Who is the audience? How am I going to talk to this audience? And what message am I going to be delivering to the audience? So it's very important for us to always think about the audience because the audience is going to determine how you are going to do the communication. Many cases, if I'm talking to other researchers, I will start by giving the background. I'll share the supporting details. Then I'll share the results and the conclusions. However, if I'm talking to the public, I start with the why, the bottom line. What is the bottom line? So what? And after the so what, then you give them the supporting details. They are not normally interested in the background of your work and all that. They just care, what am I getting out of this? We always say that mfunira muwa. That is where you always need to start every communication. So when we are doing science communication, we look at it from that point of view where I can do the science communication for purposes of advocacy. I want to get people to appreciate and buy into something that I'm doing. And if I'm talking to the scientists, what I am interested in is to either consult them or to get them to buy into something that I am doing so that we can collaborate and work together. When I'm talking to the society, I am reaching out, helping them to take up the technology. However, when it comes to public engagement, there, what you are trying to do is to make sure you get the society to participate in the science. So you're consulting them so that they participate in the science, or you are informing them so that they buy into the products and the services that are being generated by the science. So as we do science and public engagement, we always need to remember we have to keep the messages simple. We have to use the methods that are easy for the consumer to take up. And Albert Einstein said that if you can't explain it simply, then you don't understand it well enough. Other cases, they say, if you can't explain it to my grandmother, and I think we remember today morning someone said it to us, the ED NEMA. If you can't explain it to my grandmother, then you probably also do not understand it well enough. So as scientists, we need to start knowing that whatever information we have to take it down to the level where as many people can appreciate it as possible. So as scientists, we have a spectrum to know about public engagement. There is the spectrum starting with providing information. If you are communicating with the purpose of providing information, you need to think about what do the people need to know? What do the people need to know? If it is consultative, what do the people think? And what they think of what you are doing. What are the people thinking of what you are doing? If you want to involve them, and that is public participation, then you need to start by thinking, what are the priorities of the people that I'm going to be involving? And that is when, as you do the goal, you start by telling them something that is related to what their priorities are. But also, when we are doing public engagements, we need to always remember that there is the option of delegation. We have learned in many cases as scientists that scientists are not always the best communicators, not to the entire public. So you have to know, if I have a certain message that I want to, for example, deliver to women, who are the right people to talk to the women? For example, if I want to deliver a message about nutrition to women, I am not going to be the right person to talk to them. So who is the best person to talk to the women? When we asked that question, what we found out is you have to talk to the health workers, the women who actually engage these women when they go to the hospitals. So those are the people, then you delegate that role to the health workers to do the public engagement for you instead of doing it yourself. I was asked to talk about the lessons we have learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. And one of the things that we have learned is that it is always important to communicate in a timely manner. It's very important to ensure that there is free access to scientific data, publications, and information. We have learned the importance of scientific collaborations and of sharing information at all levels. We have learned the importance of science, policy, and societal dialogue, not just letting the policy and the society talk, without the scientists come on board. Today, again, we have been told, as scientists, we have to get out of the labs, create time to talk to the people, talk to the policymakers, talk to the consumers, talk to the general public, and get their input on what you are doing. It's also very important to make sure that as we communicate our science, we demonstrate that we are empathetic to the human rights, so that the scientists or the consumers feel that they actually can benefit from the scientific progress. And what was observed was that in order for us to be able to contribute to all that, we need to continuously go into open access or open science, that is publishing in open access information, open access journals. However, there is a big challenge that has been observed. Most of us actually do not use open access journals. 72% of the scientific publications are actually not available for the general public to consume. In other cases, a lot of predatory journals that we use. And in that case, what happens is we end up with information that has not been well peer reviewed. And as a result, the information is later falsified. And once that happens, then what happens is people lose trust in the science, because when things are retracted or when an alternative publication is submitted, people lose trust in the information. However, we also want the public to know that science is dynamic. As COVID has shown us, science keeps changing, and science is very conditional. So that means that what could have been a situation at some point may actually change with more evidence being collected. So with science, there are always uncertainties. Many people are always asking, why do the scientists say it's likely, it's not likely? It's because there is never certainty in science, because science is dynamic. And we need the policymakers and the media and the public to appreciate that as scientists, we keep learning as we do more research. I don't even know where to point anymore. Other lessons we have learned is that whenever we are doing science in a speedy manner, like we did with COVID, we actually reduce the certainty. Because if you remember very well, at some point, the beginning, there was the assumption that, well, COVID is going to be managed using the TB vaccine, the BCG vaccine. However, with time, as they did more research, they realized that that is not possible because someone had done speedy information. Then there was the issue of correlation does not equate to causation. Actually, this is where we have the example of the BCG vaccine versus the COVID vaccine, where because TB is a virus and COVID is a virus, there was an assumption that there would be a correlation, but actually when there was no correlation between the two vaccines. And then there is the fact that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So this means that the general public needs to always be informed that we are going to continue doing risk assessment for a purpose of making sure that we check out all the effects that may result from from the work that the scientists are doing. So the public needs to appreciate that information keeps changing. We also learned the issue of fake news and the challenges of information overload. At one point, most of us stopped looking at WhatsApp because there was always something coming up and very frustrating and very emotionally tiring about this pandemic. And so what we learned is that as people who are receiving information, we need to learn to check facts, because we all contribute to this misinformation every time we send out information without doing fact checking. And I am sure that many of us are actually culprits to this. We appreciated the role of media and influencers on social media. Yes, I'm going to finalize. The COVID pandemic actually made us appreciate that we need more and more the media practitioners and the influencers. We need to organize continuous trainings and updates with the journalists and the social media influencers. We need to appreciate the role of the social media people, the people who have a lot of followers on Twitter, the people who have a lot of followers on Instagram. They play a very critical role in how the public gets information. We need to support frequent engagements between the scientists, the journalists, and the influencers. We need to allocate substantial budgets for science communication and advocacy. I'm going to skip this. These were examples of some of the work that we have been doing to make sure that we support science communication. But I wanted to finalize with this slide. Many cases, I have faced a challenge with many scientists who think that there is a right time to start public engagement. But what I can assure you is at all times, you need to have some level of public engagement. So as you start your project, you need to agree on who are going to be your main and your secondary stakeholders. Who do you engage from the beginning and who do you bring on board later? You need to have phased communication plans, defining what to tell what stakeholder at what point and at what time. That is very critical. You need to agree on the channels of communication and the tools that you're going to be using to communicate to these various stakeholders. Mass media is not always the best way to communicate, depending on who you want to communicate to. So let us all as scientists have a communication plan with clear timing and scheduling of specific activities for specific audiences in order to ensure that we have effective public engagements and science communication. I apologize, I went over time, but thank you for listening to me.
So we need a second applause for Bob. There are a few things that she mentioned. Let's try to make a recap of what she said. Of course, we all know that science is dynamic. That's something that she had been trying to emphasize on. And also she emphasized on how best we can communicate whatever we know in sciences to whoever we want to receive that information. The method that we use is important. And then for those of us who are probably at university levels, research institutions, she did say that if you want to attract some attention from peers, you need to publish in refereed journals, not just any journal. Because by publishing in just any journal, you kind of water down what science is all about. So make effort whenever you want to publish, go to a refereed journal. Those are the few things that I picked up from her. As I said at the beginning, we have run out of time. We shall have the next presentation that there was supposed to be a panel discussion that we are not going to have because of time. So instead, we have 5 extra minutes, and we are requesting Mr. Iguma Gabriel to come up here and give us a public eye on science, technology, and innovation as somebody outside STI? How does he look at it? So Iguma, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Iguma Gabriel, and yes, because of the time constraints we have, you will have to, you have me instead of a panel. I promise you the panel was going to be a well-constituted panel, and somebody complained earlier on that we mainly had men coming to the front. Out of the 5 people who were supposed to have on the panel, 4 were female, but unfortunately you missed that and you get a gentleman instead. I am a media practitioner. Some of you may know me, or you may know the voice from Radio 1 FM 90, where I do a show called Spectrum. I always have to say this. When people see me in person, they wonder because they expect me to be a much bigger person. Well, I come in a small housing. Yes. I'm glad that I came to this engagement because we have the finest brains in the room. We do. And as the conversation went on earlier, people kept asking about how do we communicate this nice work that we are doing. And so it was clear to me that the need is there, and we understand that the need is there. So I'd like to begin by saying this. The media is not your enemy. The media is not your enemy. Because the media does not engage with you, the scientists, or with the science the way you expect them to, is not because they do not like the science or do not see the advantage of the science. They just need to understand it. And they are not going to teach themselves to understand the science. And they do not need to learn it the way you know it. No, 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 no. They just need to understand it to the level that they can communicate it to their audiences in a way the audiences can consume the information. I have won 2 awards for science reporting. And I will tell you that when I listen back to the stories I did, it was the simplicity with which a complicated subject was presented to the audience. One of those complicated subjects was biosafety and biotechnology. And on the show, I had 2 scientists who fell on different sides of the science. But I was always mindful that I had an audience that needed to benefit from this information. We could not confuse them. Do I have that information myself? No. I have to get it from the scientists. I have to get it from you. Gone are the days where the science only belonged to the scientists. With social media, all of us can say something about stuff we know nothing about. In fact, write something about research you've done for many years and publish it. And let me get the same and publish a lie about it. I probably will have more people responding and believing what I'm saying. Why? Because I am the communicator. So I know what to put in there in order to get a person to believe, to react in a certain way. So back to it, the media is not your enemy. We need to ask ourselves then, how do we meaningfully engage with the media? Because many times the media is the bridge between you and the audiences. They have got the art, the science of communicating with the audiences. You probably have the science or you have the science of, doing these things, doing the science itself. Somebody said earlier that The misinformation crusaders are better funded. Actually, they are not. No, they are not. They're just more effective communicators. They just are more effective communicators. I will tell you, do your research. How much misinformation is there? It's there. But look for the real information. It's a lot more than the wrong information. So why is the wrong information making better rounds? Because it is packaged to do that. How many people in this room have social media accounts? Yeah, gone are the days when social media was for being unserious. Because even the president tells you that you are going to stay home or you're released on social media before he says it elsewhere. Before he signs that document, he says it on social media these days. Didn't you know that you had a 48.1 trillion budget before anybody officially said it in any official document? Yes. Why? Because of social media. You see, it is a problem when you are responding. If I put it out before you, yeah, the first person who put it out, the public will believe that one. Then you will come and explain, you will have a beautiful explanation. But you're only responding. And so I think you're telling me a lie. That's just how that's how the mind works of the audiences. So do not fear to communicate what you're doing. Somebody said, communicate across, your science journey. From beginning to end, communicate across. You don't have to have completely figured it out to come and say. Because someone will say, they are planning to make this thing that will kill you. Wait and hear about something called BC 211. And it's the real name of the thing. Now you come and say, no, it's not to kill. But no. They say, that guy actually knew what he was saying. Can't you see? It's the exact same name. Because of time, I will just say one more thing. When we are cutting budgets, 40% cut across board, guess which budgets suffer most or suffer first? The media and communications budget. Why? And then we complain that the lies out there are too many. I like that I come after Dr. Barbara, who has emphasized that we have to have communication strategies. These are important for science as well, and I hope we will take it up. Thank you very much.
Can you give him another applause? I told you that we were supposed to have had a panel discussion, but because of time, we're not going to have it. I want to give about 2 minutes to Mr. Mayende to come up and make a small announcement for all of us to consume.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amanda Simon. I work as the Director for Information and National Guidance in the Ministry of Information, Communications Technology, and National Guidance. I'm here to represent my permanent secretary.
Just 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. I was tickled by one of the panelists here who said this earlier this afternoon, that there's no free airtime given under the UCCA Act. That's not true. There is a 1 hour on most media stations per week available for public information to be aired out. Under the ministry, at the headquarters, we control the Kampala area. We call it the Kampala area, radio stations around Kampala and TV stations. But for upcountry district radio-based stations, we've allowed it to be controlled by the RDCs. If you're up there, I'll give an example of Busia because I come from Busia. Just walk to the RDC and request for that 1 hour, and it should be given to you. If it's not, write to the permanent secretary and request for it. We'll direct the RDC to give it to you. Around Kampala, address your request to the permanent secretary, Minister of ICT, and he'll be given 1 hour, at least in a week. I'm aware Naro has been benefiting greatly from this arrangement. That's all I wanted to announce.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayende. Now, a short recap on the other presentation. I think what he told us was about that the media is not your enemy. And what he says is that as scientists, at times, we do not understand those who are not in it. So he was requesting that whenever you want to transmit an information in science, try to be as simple as possible. When I used to teach, I would always ask my students that most of their mothers probably are not going to school. Now, suppose you want to explain certain things that they want the mother to understand. So they have to go so low, use simple language, so that she may appreciate what the science we talk about. So essentially, that's what the previous speaker was all about. At this juncture, we have the last presentation. There was an omission. It was apparently we were almost leaving it. We have Dr. Francis Nangoya, Manager, Regulatory Affairs, African and Cultural Technology. I want to invite him up here to give a presentation on the role of technology transfer in science advancement focused on biotechnology. Please, you're welcome. Five minutes. Can you do it 5 minutes? Give him 15 minutes. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, moderator, distinguished scientists, colleagues, and many people I would call partners that I've worked with in many projects. It's my pleasure to be here. I'm going to talk about facilitating transfer and delivery of agricultural technologies. And in doing this presentation, I will avoid the deep intellectual delivery on science and technology, because that much we had from the learned professor who gave it with clarity and eloquence, and I will not go that route. So instead, I'll make it light by just drawing on the experiences from the work of AATF. And I will spend just a few minutes introducing AATF, although many of you may know AATF. We've worked with many institutions in this country, but there may be a few who may not know AATF. So I'll just quickly introduce AATF and say how we generally approach the subject of technology transfer. And then move on to talk about technology transfer illustrated by two projects. One is about the development and delivery of BT cowpea in West Africa. BT cowpea is a product of biotechnology, a result of genetic modification of cowpea to make it insect resistant. Then I will also talk about another project
another initiative called WEMA project, and it's about developing drought-tolerant maize varieties that are also insect resistant. And this is important for us in Uganda because NARO has been a partner, and then just wind up. AATF was established nearly 20 years ago to serve as a platform for facilitating access to agricultural technologies that would help or would empower the smallholder farmers by addressing some of the intractable challenges at smallholder farmer level. Our mission and vision are all indicated here. It's about seeing prosperity and food security in Africa. And I want to say that this is a vision and mission that is shared by many people in this room because it is very ambitious, as we have learned, to talk about food security and actually actualize food security in Africa. And so in doing this, AATF knows that there are many people working in this space, and therefore partnerships are very, very important in this regard. So how we approach it as AATF is taking an early effort to think through the major constraints of crop productivity in Africa, and then looking out through scouting, potential solutions through technology, and then engaging advanced institutions, both in the public and the private sector, so that we can get access through royalty-free arrangements. And where we are successful, then we can then put a coalition of partners, mainly research institutions, to then go through product development, advanced development, culminating into deployment and commercialization. And as I said earlier, this is a job that can only move seamlessly when partnerships are brought together and managed effectively to deliver. And we already heard enough about science and technology and innovation. I will just breeze over this by saying that indeed the world is unimaginable without the conveniences brought about by science, technology, and innovation. We all know about the conveniences of modern telecommunication technologies. That's why we can't live for 5 minutes without Wi-Fi. And many, many others. We see telecommunication revolutionizing even e-commerce, mobile banking, and things like that. And scientists in this room are very much alive to the story about the Green Revolution in the 1960s and 70s that actually revolutionized food production to double-digit levels. And perhaps what is fresh in our minds, about 2 years ago, we all know that, let me call it a rogue virus was spreading and rampaging, and the world actually literally stalled. We had lockdowns all over. And I would like to salute the scientists and the biomedical experts who came up with a vaccine. These days, when you pass through the airports, you will be very unlucky to be asked for a yellow fever card. They will ask for COVID vaccine card, thanks to modern technology. So at AATF, we strongly believe in this. Permit me just to say this, and we hail science, we stand up for it. So let me move away and then talk about the case studies. And as I indicated earlier, I want to begin by the story about cowpea. Cowpea may not be an important, very, very important crop in East Africa. We know it as a vegetable, but in West Africa, cowpea is a very important leguminous crop, the equivalent of beans, let's say, in Rwanda, you can say. And Africa is the leading producer of cowpea. And cowpea under field conditions suffers from pests. Major pest called Maruca damages cowpea so severely, resulting in losses upwards of 80% yield loss. Breeders had not found resistance, even after screening thousands of cowpea accessions. And so AATF rolled out an initiative in 2004 with all these partners that I've indicated here to develop cowpea that would be resistant to Maruca under field conditions and save farmers the losses that they were encountering. The story of cowpea is a long one, but long story short, I talked of 2004 when AATF was able to negotiate and access the BT technology from the private sector. What followed then was a series of research, early upstream research involving, as many people may know, gene construction, then transformation and regeneration of cowpea, followed by field trials. And I'm happy to say that by 2019, we had done sufficient research with our partners. And in Nigeria, BT cowpea was assessed by regulators for safety to the environment, safety to the consumers, and they reached a verdict to release it for commercial production. So right now, if you go to Nigeria, you will probably eat BT cowpea. I've eaten it, and I think it tastes good. So just the take-home message around BT cowpea is that the picture on the left shows BT cowpea with all the pods, and that is what the farmer desires. And the picture on the right is just vegetative material, and this would help, especially as fodder. But if you needed the beans as a source of protein, then you better plant BT cowpea. So just quickly about BT cowpea, the take-home message is that it represents 15 years of investment in research, and the approval of BT cowpea in Africa, we look at it as a first case where a food crop, a GM food crop, has been approved for commercial cultivation outside South Africa. We expect the same progress in other countries participating in this project like Ghana and Burkina Faso. Then very quickly, and in the interest of time, Mr. Chairman, I want to talk about another initiative that was also spearheaded by AATF. And this was in a project called WEMA, now called TELA project, and is about delivering drought-resistant, or if you like, climate smart maize that is also insect resistant. And because maize is important, I think this needed to be addressed because maize is so important, yet the reality of climate change is also catching up with us. The circles on the map there just shows the frequency and the severity of droughts. The huge one around Ethiopia there, for people who are around in 1984 may know that that was the huge drought that disrupted food production in Ethiopia. Drought really of biblical proportions. And so aside from drought, maize also suffers insect pest attack. The most common one is the stem borer. But about 5 years ago, we had a new pest called the fall armyworm that rapidly spread around Africa, also causing huge losses on maize. And so this project on TELA and WEMA came in very handy. So AATF started working in the 7 countries here as pilot countries. I want to draw your attention that the Pearl of Africa is one of the 7 countries that were part of this, because while you eat matoke, I know that you also eat maize. It's an important crop. And the approach was a multi-pronged approach with one pipeline based on conventional breeding. And that moved very well. And in the first phase of the project, we were able to deliver conventionally bred drought-tolerant maize that was even released to the farmers. And the other two pipelines were about genetic engineering, and this has dragged on, but products are just coming out. We have had a release of BT maize in South Africa, and we are on the verge of similar releases in other countries. Just to show you that genetically engineered maize would look like the crop on the right-hand side of this scientist, and the non-GM would look short and not as healthy on this other side, and the difference in yield is the one shown the other side. Just like in cowpea, I can say that we made progress with Taylor project. We had field testing in the 7 countries. We moving on even to commercial approval of BT maize in South Africa. And I've had the early approvals of environmental release of BT maize in Kenya, in Nigeria, and just recently in Mozambique and Ethiopia. But we have not made as much progress in other countries, typically, Uganda and Tanzania, perhaps because of the informality, if I may use that we talked about. A lot needs to be done so that we can get the legal framework in place to permit advancement beyond just confined field trials. I'm about to finish, and let me just emphasize that the work of GM maize is not just about the projects that ATF has talked about. I know that scientists in this country have been working tirelessly to develop GM cassava, and there is a lot of promise going by the results we have today. We have also had work on crops like banana and sorghum, and this needs to be encouraged so that we can also identify with locally developed crop products when we talk about GM. This is my last slide, Mr. Chairman, and I just wanted to say that I was not meant to attend this meeting. The person to attend was the executive director of ATF, whose picture is shown on the far right. His name is Dr. Canisius Kanangire, and Canisius Kanangire conveyed his apologies as I left Nairobi to stand in for him. And I really thank you for your attention and for giving me this opportunity to pass my message. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to give maybe a simple apology. I believe you came here to share whatever information you had, to learn what new information people were going to present. This apology goes to the presenters. I'm sure you had prepared quite a lot, but because of time, you were unable to deliver the way you had planned. So at this point, I want to request maybe the organizers whether it is possible to make copies of some of these presentations for those who are interested. Especially the first one was a long one, was supposed to be 1 hour plus, but we had to cut him short. We're sorry for that, but I think you'll be willing to have those presentations copied, and then you have access to it. So at this point, as you can see, we've been rushing up everything. We're sorry for that. I want to take this moment maybe to hand over to the organizers to come and then take over. Are they around? Maybe you can clap for yourself for having stayed here from 8 o'clock after this time.
Thank you very much, Professor Boya.
Oh, looking for you, sorry.
Yes. Thank you for ably helping us catch up on time. I know we apologize, like you've said, for the people we've bruised who had prepared for this session, but that day has been a long day. And the victims were especially the communications group, but we'll ensure that we get another opportunity for that. Dear participants, on behalf of Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, partners, our bosses, STI, Office of the President, and our sponsors, we would like to thank you very much for your presence and patience on this first day. We would like to also thank the virtual participants. We have over 100 participants who are online who have also kept with us on this day, and it has been such a productive day. Thank you all for your contributions. And we recognize our chief guest and thank her for being here and giving us a good overview of the new orientation and issues of regulation. Thank you to our session chairs, presenters, and panelists. I think we had such a rich panel of regulators, heads of regulatory bodies here, and we really had a lot to learn. And as we go forward in thinking tomorrow, in the next few days of the conference, we look forward to further interaction. I'm here for 3 reasons. Maybe first, I think one of the reasons I'm here is just to thank you. I don't want to stand between you and the next session. The conference is still going on. We are going for the last session of the session, as I'll inform you. But I would like to also thank, I'd forgotten to thank our exhibitors, the Secretariat, and also to thank the co-hosts. This afternoon, I think I've thanked the organizers, the service providers. Thank you very much for making us sail through. I think it has been a smooth sail. We really appreciate you all, service providers, in your respective capacities. Tomorrow, we are getting into the biotechnology, the actual now applications, the experiences. We'll have people sharing global country experiences, regional experiences, and we'll have a bit more time for feedback on the presentations. It has been a bit different today because we were learning, we were reorienting. So yes, tomorrow, please be here at 8 so that we start early. We are going to catch up on lost time today. So we'll start with registration at 8 a.m. Please be here. And we'll have another keynote on issues of biotechnology and sustainable development from none other than a representative from our planning authority. Yeah, and that will be so useful given that now, especially all planning in public sector and funding is guided by the planning authority, and it's no better time to orient ourselves that way to be of relevance to our nation. So thank you again, and we shall now invite you all to the Mist Gardens just in front of the Serena Hotel for the cocktail. And I would hereby want to introduce the MC for the next session, Mr. Collins Tumusime, who will be taking you for the next session. You're all most welcome for that cocktail, and thanks for coming to this meeting, and have a good evening. God bless you all. Well, departure at leisure. Thank you. Mist Gardens in front of the hotel, the venue for the cocktail. The venue for the networking session.
you.